So move, Voltaggio.
Second, Kane.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions or recusals? The minutes are approved. We will now move on to our calendar of cases. This morning, we will be considering one application. That application is for a utility license for Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company. So Randy, if you could review that application and the staff recommendation.
Yes, and I just want to make sure that Councilmember Challoner has not arrived or is not in attendance. But we do have 6 council members present. So with that, I will start the summary. So this case is file number 1219-25-0004.1 TDI 250001. The applicant is Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company. The purpose of the application is for a utility license. This is going to cross a couple of tributary creeks, Cheesequake Creek tributary and the Raritan Bay. It's going to extend out into the Raritan Bay offshore of Sayreville in Middlesex County. The total area claimed by the state is 93,894 square feet. That is the total area calculated that is going to be occupied by the utility structures, to include the pipeline, any concrete mattress, and so forth that I'm going to describe. With that, there's 95 square feet of formerly flowed tidelands where it's going to cross a mapped tidelands claimed area in the uplands for a formerly flowed creek, and 93,799 square feet of currently flowed tidelands. This is on 3 different tidelands maps. And the overall cost of the license is going to be $14,084 for the first year, and there will be a 2.5% inflator increase applied to the base rate, and so that annual license fee will go up over time. The license period is for 24 years. The council has been provided with background material, including copies of the approved permit. They've received comments and information from various people who have an interest in the project, both from the applicant and from objectors to the project. They've been provided with all of that background material. Transco is seeking a new Tidelands utility license for a portion of its Northeast Supply Enhancement Project that is located within New Jersey Tidelands. This is for the construction of a new 26-inch gas pipeline. A small portion of the pipeline will cross underground where a few formerly flowed mapped claim streams were located, and one crossing of a current creek, being the Cheesequake Creek tributary. Then it will cross into Raritan Bay at Sayreville, adjacent to where there's an existing gas pipeline installed in the 1960s. So if you look at the slide there, you could see the line in green is where this new gas pipeline is being proposed that's going to run through the Raritan Bay. The light blue line that you see there is the New York, New Jersey boundary line. So, and then the purple line below that is where there's already an existing gas pipeline that is operated by Transco that was built in the 1960s. So the gas pipeline is only going to run through a short segment outshore into the Raritan Bay before it crosses into New York waters, and then it's going to dip back down into New Jersey waters just north of Sandy Hook that you can see there in the slide. And if you go to the next slide, Marilla, can you go to the next slide? That is where it's the portion of it is going to cross over the uplands, and you can see the area in yellow is the mapped claimed area, and any portion that is still currently flowed tidelands. That's where anywhere where it is crossing into state-owned tidelands, the fee charge is applied to that square footage. There is also a short segment, the line in blue there, that's the cathode protection line. And I'll describe the project further. So where it crosses, and you can go back to the other slide in the Raritan Bay, the first slide. Um, the existing pipe from the 1960s received a Tidelands 1 fee license in 1967 and was installed in 1968. For the new pipeline, only portions of the Raritan Bay Loop will be located in New Jersey waters, as I already described. The total linear feet of the Raritan Bay Loop in New Jersey is 32,701 linear feet. From the Sayreville shoreline, it is 10,697 feet roughly to the New Jersey-New York state line. The pipeline then dips back into New Jersey waters north of Sandy Hook and then runs for another 22,004 feet before it goes back into New York waters. There is also the cathode protection line, which is identified as the CP loop, and that was the one in blue that we showed in the previous slide. That helps prevent corrosion, and that extends approximately 1,800 linear feet into the bay. The Tidelands license fee is applied to those portions of the pipeline that crosses claimed, previously flowed, or currently flowed tidelands based on the total area of the structure, which includes the 26 diameter pipeline and any concrete casing or other structures that make up the utility line. The total square footage for the structures to occupy tidelands was, I already mentioned those total square footage, and the price calculation is based on the square footage multiplied by the current rate or base fee of 15 cents a square feet. That is based on the current utility license policy, which is posted to our website. So in 2026, the rate is 15 cents a square foot. There is a 2.5% inflator increase applied against the base rate. So the cost of the license will increase accordingly with the increase in the base rate. And you can see on our utility license policy on our website, you can see that that rate table, that 2.5% inflator doesn't increase the base rate every single year. It might take 2 or 3 years before it goes up from 15 cents to 16 cents and 16 cents to 17 cents, etc. But that license fee will be calculated accordingly. The license fee will begin at $14,084 per year and increase over time, as I mentioned. Overall, the project will expand the existing interstate natural gas pipeline system in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and the existing offshore natural gas pipeline system in New Jersey and New York waters. Areas of the pipeline intersecting with the Tidelands will include 3 loop portions. The Madison Loop runs from the uplands, which only crosses the approximately 44 linear feet of tidelands, and those are the claimed formerly flowed or currently flowed streams near the Raritan Bay. And then the Raritan Bay Loop runs offshore from Sayreville, and again, only a portion of that runs through New Jersey waters. And then you also have the cathode protection or CP loop, which is the 1,800 or so feet and is associated with the Raritan Bay Loop. And according to the applicant, this pipeline is for expanded capacity for the national grid. The project has received New Jersey DEP land use permit approval under file number 0000-25-0012.1 LUP 250001, which was approved on November 7th, 2025. And again, a copy of the permit and the permit's environmental report was provided to the council members. The line running through the bay was laid out so as to avoid environmental impacts and or avoid any contaminated sites. All upland owner permissions where the pipeline crosses over state-owned tidelands have been received. In the portion of the Raritan Bay Loop, the proposed pipeline will cross an existing cable, the Neptune Regional Transmission Cable. There are 2 proposed scenarios for the crossing, a shallow crossing and a deep crossing. The final placement for the proposed Transco pipeline will be determined based on the depth of the Neptune cable. That'll be determined during construction. Both crossing options are approved under the permit that was issued. The Tidelands utility license is being processed for the shallow crossing scenario, where a larger square footage will be required due to the placement of additional concrete mattresses needed to protect the pipeline at the shallower depth. If it is determined that the deep crossing, which is preferred by the applicant, is possible, the total license area will be reduced from 93,894 square feet to 83,865 square feet due to the smaller amount of the concrete mattresses needed. If the license will include a condition that they'll give us a post-construction information so we know which crossing was utilized and what the square footage, ending square footage is, and the license can be amended in future years if the square footage is reduced. So that in future years, the license post-construction would be amended if the square footage is lower. This license will also include a condition that the issuance of the license does not give the right to exclude other future crossings of the pipeline, provided those lines receive all the necessary approvals. This license complies with the utility or utility-related projects policy adopted on 10/6/2010 by the TRC, which is posted on the Tidelands website. And again, it has all the necessary land use permits. It also has all the necessary other federal approvals, including the FERC approval, and therefore it meets the environmental regulatory standards. There are a number of known objectors, and we have a list of the objectors. However, the staff recommendation is for approval of a 24-year utility license for consideration of $14,084 for the first year's license fee, with the 2.5% increase against the rate. And so the license fee will go up over time accordingly. And that is using the shallow crossing scenario. The license will include a condition that it could be amended if the deep crossing is utilized and the overall square footage is lesser, and that final square footage amount will be multiplied against the appropriate license base fee to arrive at the fee going forward. And that the recommendation is based on the fact that it has the necessary regulatory permit approvals, and also that it meets the current utility policy established by the TRC.
Thank you, Randy. Before we move on to questions from council members, Randy has mentioned we have a list of those who have registered to speak. Those not on the list may register to speak through the chat, but please refrain from using the chat for anything except technical issues or to register to speak. We will not be accepting comments through the chat. Thank you. So with that, council members, do you have questions, comments on this application and the staff recommendation?
I have one,
Yeah.
Randy. When we had looked at the offshore wind utility license, I guess a year and a half ago, we included some provisions with respect to abandonment and the obligations of the licensee to remove the asset if they were no longer using it, as well as, I guess, some early, as I recall, I'm going on recollection here, some provisions, whereas, if they didn't start the project within some time frame, that the license would expire. I know we had that conversation, whether it wound up in the actual license, I'm not sure. So I would just like to kind of register those opinions about, if we wind up approving a license, that we have some protection against a pipeline being out there that isn't being used.
We certainly, the Bureau can certainly put in those conditions if that's per the direction of the council. So we can include a provision that it be removed if abandoned. There is generally standard conditions with licenses that, the license will be required to be renewed in perpetuity. And if the license is discontinued, that the structures are supposed to be removed, but we can include specific special provisions for that. As far as time frame for completion, generally the DEP land use permits are good for a period of 5 years. So I would suggest then timing that with the timing of the permit. If they don't start the construction before that, before the permit expires, then they would have to apply to renew or get a new or renew the permit. So if you want some sort of timing restriction in there, I would suggest timing that along with the permit approval.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, those in-water permits are extendable, by an additional 5 years. If the license is approved, I don't want it to be kind of utilized, in my opinion, as a sort of placeholder. So, yeah, that's my concern. I have a second issue, which is, traditionally on utility licenses, we get approved permit drawings and, sometimes, permit drawings, and they show the location of the pipeline and the license. However, my understanding is we traditionally have not been provided with as-builts. And because it's, pipe laying and the water is, and, whether it's cables or pipes or whatever, it's not a precise construction activity. So I would like to see a requirement for a submittal of an as-built so that we know, centerline as-built, so we know exactly where this pipe is versus what was shown on the permit drawings or the utility license drawings.
I think that makes sense. I'd like to second that.
We certainly can include that if that's what the council instructs us to do.
And so further on to that, one last thing is that if there is a material difference between what was proposed and what was installed, that the license drawings should be modified to reflect for the record. And I say that because, in my business, we'll often be looking for the location of underwater assets, and because we might be installing something else, a pier or whatever, and we want to know where they are. I'll also caveat what I just said with that, to the extent that that information has security concerns, we should accommodate those.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Is there any other council member? Ned?
Thank you. First off, I agreed with every one of Andy's points. And I would like to get them into the motion. So thank you, Andy, for that. And really, I'd like to see those in other places as well. And I think you're bringing a lot in here, and I appreciated that. I have a couple of questions regarding the map, and if we can go to one of the maps, particularly the three-lined map. I'd like to look at some of the differences and ask a question about the difference between the existing pipeline and the current pipeline, specifically the turns. The old
Sure.
pipeline.
Marla, can you go back to the first slide?
Thank you. One more. There you go. The existing pipeline is straight lines with hard turns, and here I see curves, and I'm assuming they're there for a reason. And I would like to know the reasoning why we have that dip, particularly there off of Sandy Hook coming into New Jersey. There should be, I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Is that something? It's my understanding. I could suggest that the applicant can speak on that behalf, but it's my understanding that that this was to avoid environmental impacts as much as possible, also to avoid any possible contamination areas. And there was also having it further off of Sandy Hook, so it impacted because of the currents that are in that location. But I'll let the applicant address those specific issues.
Do you want to do that now or wait till the applicant's turn to speak? But I think it would make sense to ask the applicant to respond to that question at this point in time. And representing the applicant is Mr. Scott.
That's correct. I'm here, and we can certainly respond to that question. I've got a couple folks on from Transco, from their project management, engineering, and environmental team. So if I misspeak, I'll take a first crack at it. So if I misspeak, I've got the right people on the call to kick me under the table, so to speak. So Richard Scott. I'm a partner with the law firm Rutter and Roy. We serve as New Jersey counsel for Transco. We've been representing them since the 1950s, and since well before this, the original Lower New York Bay lateral was installed in Raritan Bay. So to respond to that question, some of the members of the council may be aware. A couple of years ago, Transco came before the council. Due to some of the dynamic conditions near the Sandy Hook Peninsula, it was causing some issues in terms of exposures to the pipeline. I think there's a lot of movement in those conditions there. So as part of this, our alternatives analysis with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, which is the lead federal agency that regulates Transco and other interstate natural gas pipeline companies, as well as our analysis with our permit application with NJDEP. We looked at a route that would avoid environmental impacts, but also stay further away from Sandy Hook and getting into those conditions that could cause the pipeline to become exposed. Also, my understanding is when we dip back down into New Jersey waters, there is a water-to-water horizontal directional drill of the Ambrose Channel. So I think they wanted to stay away from some of those conditions to allow that HDD to be successfully implemented. I'm going to throw that out to Steve Kellogg, who's the overall project manager. I know Steve McLeod, our environmental consultant, is also on. So guys, if you want to jump in and add anything to that or correct anything, please do.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Stephen Kellogg here, project director for the overall Nessie project, covering all scopes. But yeah, everything Richard said is accurate. The curving of the lines in the New York area, then back in New Jersey, were designed in coordination with many of the state agencies and federal agencies and the Coast Guard and others to avoid certain benefit communities, to avoid anchorage areas where boats are anchored. And so, yeah, this route was developed in the first iteration of this project many years ago. It was developed over years of consultations with multiple agencies, and it's kind of how we landed here. We dip back into New Jersey to, again, like Richard said, cross the Ambrose Channel at a desired location and get back in parallel with our existing line, and then make that final tie into the Rockaway delivery transfer point. And Stephen McLeod would probably could speak more eloquently on the environmental impacts that we've attempted to avoid here, but mostly driven by agency consultations is the route.
Just to refine my question while we're here, we're talking at this area. This is a little bit of the deeper water, and we're looking for more of the deeper drilling at the specific area off of Sandy Hook. And that's where we're getting the turns as well. It's because we're talking horizontal drilling.
Right, of the Ambrose Channel, correct. So where it comes down in New Jersey, then turns kind of northeast is where we then head and cross the Ambrose Channel.
Understood.
Thank you.
You can ask
Any
a
other?
separate.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
I have
ahead,
another
Nick.
question. Thank you. So regarding the shallow depth area, which I'm assuming is the other area to the west, where we might be going shallow, that shallow superficial depth of the pipeline, it's also likely shallower water. Are we talking, when we say shallow, we're talking shallow depth of the pipeline, not necessarily shallow depth of water?
The shallow depth of the water.
Oh, okay.
I
So it's
believe you're
it's
talking
still-
about where it's going to cross the Neptune cable.
Yes. Yes.
So
On the western side, on the western Raritan Bay, I mean, I've heard the term, shallow depth versus deep crossings. Right, and the shallow depth is, we're talking exposure of pipelines. The pipeline is at a shallow depth, and because of that shallow depth of it, I'm thinking that's depth within the substrate. We're talking.
Just to clarify, I think so I think when we're talking about shallow or deep crossing, so we have to meet minimum burial depth requirements for for the Army Corps, for our DEP and New York permits as well. So we have to construct them or install them at a minimum with a minimum depth of cover. In the shallow deep crossing is, and when we say shallow, it's still the minimum cover over the pipeline. It's just once we determine the exact location of the Neptune cable, we'll determine whether we go a deep crossing, in which case does not require concrete mattresses or as many concrete mattresses to support the Neptune cable. But if we have a shallower crossing, and when I say shallow, it's not like we're exposed. We're still, and again, Stephen Kellogg or Steve McLeod, we're still going to be, I think, more than 4 feet below the floor.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions or comments from council members?
I'm back with one more. I
Okay.
do remember the applicant coming in to fix the exposure of the existing line near Sandy Hook, and that, was, I'm sure, concerning to you and concerning to me. And we've had, I'm going to give like a comparable, is that we've had a lot of living shoreline applications, and we're concerned that they be maintained and don't become a hazard. And so this is more of a comment again for our potential approval of a license is to the extent that there's monitoring of the pipeline after installation, whether it's internal or required by regulation. I think it would be helpful for at least me on some sort of periodic basis to have the licensee report back to the board that the pipeline is being properly maintained with the cover that was required by the regulatory agencies. And as I understand, I think it's 4 feet to top of pipe in the non-channel areas, and then as much as 15 feet below navigation channels, something like that. But yeah, I'd like to see some reporting, back to the board on the integrity of the asset. Or the council, sorry.
That's
Suggestion,
that,
just something to think about for our team.
That's something that the Bureau could put in as a condition of that. And I would just ask, what time frame, like, would that be upon each renewal of the license? Would like a 10-year reporting requirement or something like that? How would you like that to, how would you envision that? Or what kind of, how often would you want that review done or reporting done? At least upon each renewal of the license, or periodically during the term of the license?
Well, I guess, the applicant would be, if we could hear from them, I'm sure there's a regulatory requirement. I don't want to add regulatory requirements onto ones that already exist. So if there's already a requirement to survey the pipeline, it would simply be, a CC to us of those results. But I'd request that the applicant weigh in.
Richard, I can jump in here again. This is Stephen Kellogg. By permit, we will 5 years post construction, we'll do surveys to measure the depth to make sure that we're in compliance with that minimum depth of cover. Additionally, as we run internal inspections of the pipeline, those internal inspections come with an XYZ coordinate, and so we can gauge pipe depth that way as well and verify that it's in the same spot.
Well, I would like to see just the council copied on the 5-year monitoring.
Yeah, I do not think that's a problem.
So just to be clear, that's 5 years post-construction and then every 5 years thereafter?
It's 5 years post-construction to fulfill the permit requirement. And then regulatory from PHMSA, we have to run inline inspections of the line. I want to say 7 to 10 years. I'm not exactly sure of the PHMSA rule here. And that would also give us a spatial condition of the line.
7 to 10 years. Okay, thank you.
So based on that, I would just make it simple and suggest that we be copied on all regulatory mandated surveys of the pipeline.
Yeah, and I'll agree to the extent I can until the lawyers tell me otherwise, but I don't think it's fundamentally a problem.
I'm not seeing an issue, Stephen. You know, if those are things that we have to, I know there are certain permit conditions that we have to comply with in terms of reporting. So I don't think that's terribly onerous.
I would agree, Richard.
I'll just add in this again, I am recognizing that some of that information may be non-public for national security reasons, and that we should honor those, privacy requirements. So whatever those might wind up being.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, we could always, typically in these situations, we would designate the information as critical energy infrastructure information. So, we appreciate that. That's always a concern. And we want to make sure that, just anything that shows the, exact location of the pipeline is not, exactly, is protected.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm done.
Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, hearing none. We will hear from the applicant, but before we go on, I just do want to remind everyone that there is no cross-examination of the applicant at this point or any point. Only council members and bureau staff may ask further questions of the applicant. So Mr. Scott, is there anything you would like to add, comment on this application?
Yeah, if I may, I'll just keep it brief. I know there's a lot of interest in this application, so I don't want to take away from the public comment. But I just want to kind of supplement what Randy said and just give the council some additional background on Transco and the project at large. First of all, thank you. I just want to thank Randy for his assistance throughout the process and kind of shepherding this through. And I appreciate the council taking the time to consider our application and some of the thoughtful questions you guys have raised, and also reserving the entire meeting for us. We appreciate that as well. I know it took us a while to get here, but I appreciate the council's efforts to do that. So just to give some background on Transco, Transco is an interstate natural gas transmission company. It's regulated by the FERC, like I said previously, as to siting and construction. It's also regulated by the US DOT, Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Administration, as to safety standards. And this current license application, I think, as Randy alluded to, is in connection with Transco's Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, NESE, or the project as we call it. And that project is an upgrade to Transco's existing interstate natural gas pipeline system. Transco has the largest interstate natural gas system in the country. And it's been operating many facilities in New Jersey since the 1950s. And as part of the NESE project, there are several components. The ones that are subject to this application, as Randy explained, you have the Madison Loop pipeline, which is a 3.4-mile segment of 20-inch diameter pipe that is running from in Old Bridge and Sayreville. and which parallels an existing 42-inch line within that area as well. You also have the Raritan Bay Loop, as we were discussing, that is a little over 23 miles in New Jersey, New York waters, a little under 6 miles in New Jersey. And then you also have, as Randy alluded to, the cathodic protection facilities, which is that cable that juts out at the Morgan Shore, which is used to protect the pipeline from corrosion. In addition to those facilities that are subject to the Tidelands application, the NESI project also includes a new compressor station in Franklin Township, Somerset County, as well as a new pipeline loop segment in Pennsylvania called the Quarryville Loop. And so that's just to give you kind of a high level overview of the project. And again, the project was designed to provide additional supply of natural gas to National Grid for its customers in New York City and Long Island area. The project was determined to be in the public convenience and necessity by the FERC, and the FERC issued a certificate in August of 2025. Transco's also received approvals from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, NYSDEC. We've also received the permits from NJDEP as well, as Randy said. And then, the project was also determined to be to be needed or in the public interest by the New York Public Service Commission as well, when it issued an order in September of 2025. And we've also received our permits from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So generally speaking, we've received, the major permits for this project. And we respectfully submit to the council that the application meets the standards for the issuance of a license. We've received the waterfront development permit from NJDEP, and we comply with, the coastal zone management rules and all the applicable regulations for the project. We've also received consent from all the upland owners that are crossed by the Madison Loop, as well as, discussions and consultations and consent from Neptune as well for that crossing. And further, we're amenable to paying, in accordance with the council's established licensing fee schedule. And again, as determined by a number of federal and state agencies, the project has been determined to be in the public interest. And for those reasons, we're respectfully requesting that the council vote on this important project and approve the license today. And thank you for the time. And again, if any additional questions, we've got the people here to answer them. So we appreciate the consideration.
You're muted, Mary Pat.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Scott. We now move on to the public comment. Due to the large amount of people that we have in the meeting today wishing to provide public comment, we feel it's necessary to limit the amount of time each person may speak. Each person will have a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. We have a list of people who have registered to speak before the meeting. Anyone else wishing to speak, please register your name into the chat, and we will call you in the order that you have entered your name into the chat. To maintain an orderly meeting, when is your time to speak, we will announce your name from the list, and you will have, again, 3 minutes to comment. Again, please refrain from using the chat for anything other than technical comments or to register to speak. Okay, Marilla, let's proceed with those registered to speak.
Our first speaker is Dan Greenhouse.
Hi, my name is Dan Greenhouse. I'm an attorney with Eastern Environmental Law Center, and I'm speaking today on behalf of our clients in this proceeding: Food and Water Watch, Sierra Club, New Jersey League of Conservation Voters Education Fund, New York, New Jersey Baykeeper, Princeton Manor Homeowners Association, and Central Jersey Safe Energy Coalition, in opposition to the reproposed NESI project. First, I'd like to make 3 important notes. First, we've submitted written comments to both the TRC and the NJDEP dated August 15th and September 25th, 2025. So we anticipate those are in the council's record. Second, we anticipate that the entire permit record for the proposed project at the NJDEP has been made available and is incorporated into the council's administrative record for the instant proceeding. Third, the council should be aware that there are pending legal challenges to the New Jersey's issuance of the water quality certificates for the proposed Nessie project, and also to challenge New York's issuance of necessary water quality certificates for the proposed project. These are pending in federal court. The challenge to the New York approval is with docket number 252938 in the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, with an oral argument which is upcoming on June 18th. And the case challenging New Jersey's issuance of the necessary water quality certificate is with docket number, case number 261253 in the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. And the briefing is almost completed in that case. So we anticipate that these critical challenges in court surrounding the viability and legality of the proposed project have been made available and are incorporated into the council's record for the instant matter. It is a very real possibility that the meritorious challenges brought in these federal courts may result in significant changes to or reversal of the current permits that are required for the project. And so the council ought to hold its decision at least until the court cases have been finally decided. Now, moving on to some of the substantive merits, the TRC's by statute has to determine whether the Nessie project is in the public interest and whether the state may have a future use for the tidelands at issue. Now, although other governing bodies may have made separate and distinct decisions regarding these public interest questions and future uses for these public lands, the TRC is an independent body that has the authority to make its own decision and is not bound by any of these other governing bodies. Any cost-benefit analysis shows that this proposed use of the tidelands of our collective property is unwise. Pipelines pose well-documented risks: leaks, spills, groundwater contamination, habitat fragmentation, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. When pipelines fail, cleanup costs, ecosystem damage, and health impacts often fall on taxpayers and local communities, not the companies that might profit. Even low probability spills are unacceptable here, where damage can be irreversible.
Thank you, Dan Greenhouse. Your 3 minutes are up. If you have a final sentence you'd like to wrap up with, and then we can move to the next speaker.
Yes, the DEP has formally acknowledged that climate change imposes massive costs on the public and that climate change is devastating to the environment. So this project is going to increase upstream and downstream generation of fossil fuels and entrench our long-term public interest in a fossil fuel economy, as opposed to being able to transition away from the fossil fuel dependency at a time when climate science calls for rapid decarbonization. Thank you. And I have one final question I would like to pose to the council. What is the procedure by which the DEP will finally decide to approve or effectuate the TRC's decision, and how will the public participate in and be on actual notice of the DEP's final decision? Thank you.
Raylan?
And we're ready for the next speaker, the Honorable Philip Kramer, Mayor of Franklin Township. Is the mayor present? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker on the list, Cindy Zip from Clean Ocean Action. Is Cindy Ziff available?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Robbie and members of the council. My name is Cindy Ziff. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Ocean Action, and I want to thank you so much for this important opportunity today to speak on Transco's application for a utility license for their Nessie project. I understand that there's an intense spotlight and focus on the council, and it's unusual, and we are look forward to sharing our remarks from many folks that have been following this issue for many years. As you may know, Clean Ocean Action submitted detailed and technical comments already on the record, so my comments today are more general. For 40 years, Clean Ocean Action has successfully worked to improve and protect marine ecosystems in the New York and New Jersey region through grassroots, action-based, fact-based campaigns. Nessie is just one of them. After 10 years of fighting with thousands of people joining in this effort, this project was dead in the water, including thanks to the opposition of both governors of New York and New Jersey. Unfortunately, recently, there was some political deals made and Nessie has been pulled back from the grave, which brings us here today. Before you, the Tidelands Resource Council, which has a remarkable and essential mandate to protect New Jersey's tidelands for New Jersey's public interest. You have a unique superpower, your legislative mandate, which is clear and direct to protect New Jersey's public interest in the tidelands. And though you can consider New Jersey DEP recommendations, you're under no obligation. And by law, nothing can compel you to lease, grant, or license these extremely important and highly valued natural public resources. So for those of us who cherish and value these wonderful waterways, you give us hope that you will protect New Jersey's public interest. That is because it is strikingly clear that Nessie is not in New Jersey's public interest. There is a deep and documented record to that effect. The fact is, Nessie does the opposite. It destroys and will undermine much of the marine environment that we've worked so hard to protect. I'm sure some of you remember that years ago, the Raritan Bay was once a dumping ground and a flushing zone for billions of gallons of raw sewage, industrial waste, garbage, Superfund materials, and the like. The waters were brown and eating fish was prohibited and beaches were closed due to pathogens and garbage. And thanks to thousands of people and citizens demanding action, billions of federal, state, and local dollars were invested, and these waters came back, and they're now thriving. And was once uncommon sites are now very common. Dolphins and whales in the lower bay, bird watching, seal watching, baymen and clammers in the waters. At J.T. White Depuration Plant for clamming, they processed over 20 million clams last year. There's hundreds of fishing boats. People are actually able to eat the fish they're catching due to less contaminants. And beaches in the Bayshore are packed with thousands of beachgoers and swimmers, which is why every town along the northern Bayshore passed resolutions against Nessie, including the commissioners of Monmouth County.
Thank you, Cindy.
So this,
Your 3 minutes are up. If you have a final
I
statement.
do. Thank you. These millions of dollars that are now being generated because of a clean environment are at risk. And so we urge the council to protect New Jersey's public interest and future by denying the Nessie project application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madison Worst.
Hi, I would like to correct the record that I am with Clean Ocean Action, not Clean Water Action. But so for my statement, my name is Madison Worst. I am Clean Ocean Action's ocean policy advocate. And as Cindy mentioned before me, Clean Ocean Action builds grassroots coalitions of citizens to unite and empower their voices to defend the marine ecosystem. And in doing so, in opposition to Transco's Nessie pipeline, Clean Ocean Action reached out to those who could not attend this meeting due to work or other limitations with the expectation of submitting those comments to the Tidelands Council. However, after only having one comment period open for a little over a week with a dedicated email, the DEP and Attorney General decided not to reopen another written comment period. In the time since the one and only 1 week comment period closed, we have collected 115 statements of opposition. So in my time today, I am representing over 100 concerned citizens and elected officials who are unable to come out and speak today, and will do my best to express their demands that the Tidelands Council deny this utility license. 2 elected officials wrote to us, the mayor of South Brunswick, Charles Carley, and Rumson Council President John Conklin. The mayor of South Brunswick speaks to his residents who will be impacted by compressor station 206 and the insufficiencies in the air permits that will cause them harm. Council President Conklin speaks to the impacts to water quality in the Raritan Bay, which will spread throughout the watershed to the Shrewsbury and Navesink rivers, harming public health, economic prosperity, and marine ecosystems. Additionally, a lifelong commercial fisherman from the Raritan Bay, Roy Deal, warned that this pipeline would damage natural clam beds and disrupt fish migration, directly threatening both commercial and recreational fishing livelihoods. Richard Lombach, an environmental scientist and medical doctor who studies the adverse effects of chemical pollutants, highlighted the significant threats to New Jersey's coastal resources and public health issues associated with the project. Ella Ryan, a New York resident, spoke to the lack of need and demand for this gas in New York, a sentiment shared by many New Yorkers who have been betrayed by their governor. The past Commodore of the Keyport Yacht Club, Ann Quinn, spoke to the recreational opportunities and use that will be sacrificed by this project due to the degradation of water quality of the Raritan Bay watershed. Captain John F. Colias, a resident of New Jersey for over 70 years and someone who has fished the waters of Raritan Bay since he was 6 years old, stressed the devastating negative financial impacts to the businesses in Monmouth County, including his own. Pamela Carlson has lived, raised her sons, fished, swam, and boated on the Raritan Bay, and over the years has fought to clean up and ensure a safe bay for their grandchildren and all the creatures who call it home. One thing that came across in all of these comments is that the people love the land, waterways, and marine life of this region. They love New Jersey. They fish here, raise families here, teach their children to sail here, and have spent decades working to protect and restore these waters. So we are calling on the members of the Tideland Council to protect those deeply loved New Jersey interests by not providing Williams Transco this license for the Nessie pipeline. I want to stress that I am not a single speaker, and there are many voices of people asking you clearly and urgently to deny the Nessie pipeline, despite them not being able to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Taylor McFarland.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, good morning, members of the Tidelands Resource Council. My name is Taylor McFarland and I'm the Conservation Program Manager for the Sierra Club New Jersey chapter. On behalf of tens of thousands of members across the state, we strongly urge this council to vote no on the Tidelands license for Nessie. Nessie would cut through New Jersey's Tidelands and Raritan Bay along Cheesequake Creek, causing irreparable damage to thousands of acres of state-owned tidelands that serve as vital natural buffers against flooding and pollution. Raritan Bay and Cheesequake were at the epicenter of Superstorm Sandy's most extreme impacts in New Jersey. The combination of a 14-foot storm surge and record-breaking high tides overwhelmed these low-lying areas, illustrating both their vulnerability and their vital protection function. The Tidelands of Raritan Bay and Cheesequake Creek served as a critical first line of defense during Superstorm Sandy by absorbing energy and strong vast amount of floodwater. They kept most of the destructive force of the water away from the hard infrastructure, likely preventing more catastrophic collapses of buildings, foundations, in low-lying Middlesex County communities. The Raritan Bay is finally recovering after decades of industrial pollution, but this project would dig a massive 23-mile trench through the bay floor, stirring up more than 1 million tons of mud contaminated with mercury and lead. As a resident of Keyport, I am already facing a serious health crisis. The old Aero Marine landfill is a toxic site that is currently leaking chemicals like arsenic and lead into the bay. The Nessie pipeline would be constructed in close proximity to this site, and we are deeply concerned that heavy construction and dredging will disturb the area and even cause more toxins to leak into the water. The people of Keyport have endured enough. They shouldn't have to worry that a pipeline construction project for New York is making their water even more dangerous. The resuspension of toxic sediments and disruption of the natural landscape threaten the $9 billion tourism industry in the New Jersey Bayshore. This includes potential losses for marinas, recreation boaters, and visitors to Cheesequake State Park. Tidelands also act as a natural flood buffer, so degrading these habitats through pipeline trenching could undermine their ability to protect coastal property, which is valued at billions in Monmouth and Middlesex counties. As a council, you must determine whether the proposed project serves a beneficial public purpose. If it creates a positive impact on the public and the environment rather than solely benefiting private interests. Nessie clearly fails to serve as a beneficial public purpose. New Jersey will not receive any of the gas for the project. Instead, we will be dealing with public, environmental, and economic impacts. The Tidelands Resource Council must exercise its authority to protect our shared resources. We ask you to prioritize the people and the environment of New Jersey by denying this license. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rachel Dawn Davis.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm Rachel Dawn Davis, speaking on behalf of Water Spirit, a spiritual ecology nonprofit rooted in Monmouth County since 1998, offering programming and advocacy opportunities centered on water as a source and sustainer of all life. We've provided written comments and we speak on behalf of our thousands of community members, as well as in solidarity with all those in New York and New Jersey, all the residents who after 10 years still do not want this dirty, unnecessary, Nessie project. Water Spirit is grounded in principles of the interconnectedness of all life and our profound responsibility to protect the essential sacred element of water. We urge the council to act with the long-term vision required of honest stewards and deny Tidelands utility license in this instance. The TRC is charged with managing lands that belong to all residents of New Jersey. A fundamental requirement for any grant or lease of these lands is a clear demonstration of a compelling public need. The proposal in question serves a narrow private interest, not serving New Jersey residents whatsoever, rather than a broad benefit to any New Jersey community. To devastate public riparian lands for a project that does not serve the general welfare is a violation of the council's duty. Approving this application would then represent an infringement on the TRC's mission. As Pope Francis reminds us in his Laudato Si encyclical, quote, each community can take from the bounty of the earth whatever it needs for subsistence, but it also has the duty to protect the earth and to ensure its fruitfulness for coming generations, end quote. This is a moral issue. The council is a guardian of the state's ecological heritage, which also has spiritual value. We must view the Tidelands not as a commodity to be partitioned, but as a gift to be shared and protected. New Jersey has been under statewide prolonged drought warning for almost 2 years and counting. Permitting this proposed water-intensive project that could cause fires would imperil the future use of the Tidelands by degrading the local ecosystem and restricting public access for generations to come. A Princeton Hydro study from 2019 regarding this very same proposal showed the bioaccumulation effects are not being considered. That study highlights, quote, Transco's modeling would need to include commercial and recreational fish, as well as other species, before it could be a comprehensive assessment of bioaccumulation effects, end quote. What about the workers? When we diminish the integrity of any ecosystem, we diminish the rights of the people who depend on the same. The New Jersey Tidelands Council and State of New Jersey, you must deny this utility license based upon the extent of projected environmental harm, economic loss, public health risks, and the loss of our safe public waters. The only path forward is prevention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matt Gov. Is Matt Gov here? All right. The next speaker is Rupali Chakravarti. Is Rupali Chakravarti here? The next speaker is Carol Quinn. Is Carol Quinn here?
Yes, I'm here.
right.
Good morning. And thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Carol Keene, and I'd like to correct the record. I am not from Princeton Manor. I'm a resident and an impacted landowner in Franklin Township, where Williams Transco intends to build Compressor Station 206 as part of their Nessie project. As a member of our township's task force against Nessie, I've been working with a broad coalition of organizations and individuals for the past 10 years to stop this destructive and polluting project. The TRC must determine if Nessie is in the public interest of New Jersey, and the answer is a resounding no for a myriad of reasons. Foremost among these is that all of the gas will go to New York and New Jersey will be left holding a bag full of detrimental impacts to our air, water, and land, including the financial burden to our taxpayers of risks associated with the infrastructure and the future cleanup expense Nessie will require. Further, a Tidelands utility license should be denied for the degradation of water quality, trenching 23 miles of seafloor and building a 26-inch diameter pipeline would cause, posing a serious danger to human health, marine wildlife, and the shore economy. I'm old enough to remember how terribly polluted Raritan Bay was in the 1970s from industrial dumping. The resuspension of these buried toxic sediments by seabed drilling will undo years of rehabilitation. Governor Sherrill, I heard your inspiring speech in Princeton on No King's Day. You've made incredible strides in opposing detrimental Trump-inspired incursions into our state-related transportation infrastructure, voting rights, immigration, and other areas of concern. In conjunction with the TRC and NJDEP, please extend that opposition to include protecting our environment, health, safety, economy, and well-being by denying a Tidelands utility license for Nessie. Thank you for your time and consideration of my concerns.
Very good, Karen.
Thank you. At this time, we will take a 5-minute short break. We will resume at 11:10.
How can we get into the chat? My chat is disabled. It's happening with several people.
Yes, it's same for me as well. I've been trying to register to speak for half an hour.
Are you all
Yeah,
able to raise
You
your
have to
hand?
sign in on the Teams app. If you just sign in through the web portal, it doesn't open the chat. You have to
Okay.
download Microsoft Teams, which is free, and then sign in through that.
Oh, yeah. How do we do that?
You have to
Whoa.
download Microsoft Teams off the web, off the Microsoft store.
Or you can state your name and someone can write it in.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Paula Rogovan. Somebody from Water Spirit put my name in via her chat.
Paula, we are currently on a 5-minute break. We will resume at 11:07, and when it is your time to speak, you will be called.
But I'm on the list now?
No, you are, well, you're
Paula,
not
we'll
on
take that
the
mark.
presentation list. You are in the queue, which we have in chat.
Thank you.
Can we just raise our hand at the end of the meeting?
No, this way we have an organized queue.
Okay.
There are a lot of us who aren't able to get on.
Hi, this is Ray Cantor. Can you confirm that you have my name in the chat?
Ray Cantor?
Cantor from NJBIA. I added to the chat when the meeting started. But confirm.
I do have your name.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Kin G. I have the same technical problem with the chat. I just want to confirm, I think someone.
So I'm about
had
to send it to you
registered
for your
me.
group, Clint.
Yes, Ken,
I blame
you
John.
are in queue.
Thank you.
I see that John has your hand up. How can I help you?
Marilla, is there a problem with people registering via chat? It's not our problem, it's their problem.
This is an issue with Microsoft Teams. If you are having issues, I suggest that you leave and rejoin. If there are any other issues, I cannot help you with that because
Okay.
that's a Microsoft problem.
Excuse me, this is Don Greenberg from Surfrider Jersey Shore. The problem is you have to download the Microsoft Teams app onto your computer. If you just sign in through the web portal without having the app, it doesn't let you access the chat. That's how I fixed it because I was having the same issue. And I exited the meeting, downloaded the Teams app, and then rejoined the meeting through the Teams app.
There's also a call-in phone number if somebody's having difficulty through the Teams application.
But Randy, the issue is still how do we call on them to comment when we get through our list of those that have registered to speak?
Sure. When we get through the list, then we can ask if there's anybody else who's maybe on the phone who wishes to comment that was not able to type into the chat.
Phone or who's present via Teams but can't enter into the chat. Okay.
All right. We are now resuming our meeting. The next speaker is Leslie Mangold. Is there a Leslie Mangold? The next speaker is Donna Player. Do we have a Donna Player? The next speaker is Greg Remote. Is there a Greg
Hi.
Remote? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Greg Ramo, Executive Director of New York, New Jersey Baykeeper. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak this morning. If constructed, the Nessie pipeline would impact wildlife and human communities across the state of New Jersey, simply to transfer frack gas from Pennsylvania to New York. There are no benefits to New Jersey residents, but there will be significant environmental impacts. Nessie would run 23 miles across Raritan Bay, destroying wetlands, subaquatic habitat that supports hundreds of fish and bird species and marine life species, including clams, bunker, flounder, black skimmers, egrets, osprey, and other wildlife from the bottom of the food chain up to the top. And of course, that means people who are eating them, and this is a fishing hotspot. So there's public health at risk as well. To get specific about the location of Nessie pipeline, I mean, I heard references to not being near contamination. I guess you can say anything in those reports, but Nessie's going right next to a Superfund site, the Raritan Bay lead slag site. $152 million was just spent on remediating that site, which is what, maybe a half mile, quarter mile away from where Nessie hits land. So it won't be the first time, but DEP seems to be contradicting itself when they're spending money in one place and then bringing up a pipeline that's known to churn up metals, contaminants, mercury, copper, right next to a site where we just spent that money to clean it. The landside construction also is along Cheesequake Creek. Cheesequake Creek is one of the state's natural wonders, as is Raritan Bay. Baykeeper worked with the Department of Environmental Protection, Green Acres, the Cheesequake State Park staff to purchase properties to buffer the park. But the prized property was the CNK property, which was wetlands along Cheesequake Creek. The DEP, as well as other environmental agencies, found that to be extraordinary habitat that supports much of the wildlife I listed before without going into it, along with additional wildlife. Cheesequake Creek is home to the amazing, or is part of the amazing migration of glass eel. Tiny, transparent eels that make their way all the way from the Sargasso Sea up to Cheesequake Creek and into the park. So
Thank you,
there's
Greg Remote. Your 3 minutes
okay,
are
then
up.
to
If you
wrap
have
it
your
up,
single.
yeah, thank you. So
All
the
right.
last point I'll make on that is that along with thousands of people who fish there every year and in this area, and people who crab in the area, both Cheesequake State Park and Baykeeper lead kayak trips up through the Cheesequake Creek, and other people go on their own. So all this to say, clearly the council should deny this permit for Nessie. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Makitas.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Susan Makitas, and I live in Atlantic Highlands. I am opposed to the proposed Nessie pipeline for the following reasons. Is this proposed project in the public interest? The answer is no. Digging a trench for the pipeline would disturb over 1 million cubic yards of contaminated sediment, potentially releasing heavy metals and toxic chemicals like PCBs into the water. The potential resuspension of toxic substances now buried under the seafloor is one of the most serious impacts of this proposed pipeline construction on the water quality in Raritan Bay. These toxins pose a serious threat to both human health and marine wildlife. Is this proposed project in the public interest? The answer is no. Williams Transco plans to release water used in testing the pipeline into the bay. Their plan involved releasing 3.2 million gallons of seawater treated with the toxic chemical Cortreat 15316, a highly toxic substance harmful to humans according to the EPA. Is this proposed project in the public interest? The answer is no. I have been sailing on Raritan Bay for over 40 years and have watched the bay slowly recover from the pollution caused by previous industrial corporations that use the bay as their dumping site. Enormous amounts of taxpayer money have been spent on cleaning up this Superfund site. Part of the proposed Raritan Bay Loop would go through the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site. Lead, arsenic, antimony, copper, iron, and chromium are the primary contaminants in the slag. Are you willing to allow Williams Transco to undo the progress that has been made? Once again, I ask, is this proposed project in the public interest? The answer is no. New Jersey receives no benefit whatsoever from this proposed pipeline, but New Jersey would take on all the risks. Therefore, I urge you to deny the Tidelands license once and for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kip Cherry.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kip Cherry. I'm Conservation Chair for the Central Group of the Sierra Club, New Jersey. Transco has applied for a Tidelands utility license for the Cheesequake Creek tributary and Raritan Bay, Saraville Borough, Middlesex County. Please note that the Tidelands Council, in the best interests of the state, did previously disapprove this project. Tidelands and Raritan Bay are held in trust by the state of New Jersey for the interests of its citizens. Protecting our marine resources and the water quality of the Tidelands is critically important. At the same time, not only do we not need this pipeline because we don't need the frack gas from it and don't want the pollution caused by fracking, but it will nevertheless be a source of toxic pollution in both Tidelands and non-Tidelands alike, as methane leaks from the pipeline and toxic emissions are discharged by its compressor stations in Pennsylvania, New York, and here in New Jersey. None of the pipeline gas will be used in New Jersey, while the supply of natural gas at its destination on Long Island is already adequate to meet the need. Transco plans to use horizontal directional drilling to insert this Nessie pipeline down through the Raritan Bay through a still polluted section that includes a Superfund site known as the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site in Sayersville, Old Bridge. This area contains lead slag and requires ongoing remediation. Toxins buried in the seabed will be resuspended and flushed towards the New Jersey shore and then slowly returned to the ocean along the bay shore. Stirred up will be an estimated 1 million tons of toxic sediment, including PCBs, dioxins, lead, methyl mercury, petrochemicals, and arsenic, polluting both the bay and ocean and destroying the ecosystems of the Tidelands. Further, as Transco trenches and dredges to lay the pipeline using toxic drilling fluids and lubricants, toxic chemicals will be released into waters that support the vulnerable commercial and recreational shellfish beds of the bay shore, as well as other marine life. This pipeline will severely impact the bay shore. It will have a severely negative impact on the seabed, the benthic communities, particularly oyster and clam colonies, and the health of the entire marine ecosystem. It will also impact its fishing and its popular beaches and the coastal economy it supports. Its impacts will also get into our food chain and severely damage the economic opportunities achieved by the more than 50 years of cleaning up Raritan Bay. Those who rely on these waters for economic opportunities will be heavily impacted, as will tourism and those just drawn to the natural landscape. Based upon the extensive environmental and economic damage from the loss of this public resource, we again ask the council members to vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danielle McCulloch. Is there a Danielle McCulloch? Okay. The next speaker is Charlie Criteville.
Yes, hello. Good morning, Council. My name is Charlie Cradaville. I'm the Central Jersey organizer with Food and Water Watch. Mr. Greenhouse made great remarks, so I'm not going to repeat what he said, but I do have two very quick questions. How many members of the council are present and how many yes votes are required to approve this?
There are 6 members present and 6 are required for a quorum for approval.
Understood. Thank you for answering my questions. I do want to keep it simple. I respect the council for your volunteer public service here. I know these decisions are often not easy decisions, but today you do have an easy decision to make. The question before you is whether this project is in the public interest of New Jersey. And the answer is clearly it is not. None of the gas will serve New Jersey. We only take the negatives, the risk of fire, explosion, pollution, and damage to our waterways. So this council is fully empowered. Any of the 6 members here today would be fully empowered to give a no vote and put a stop to this madness. I do want to raise a consideration here. The presentation from staff implied that the gas would be going to, quote, the national grid. I just want to clarify, we don't have a national grid for methane gas. National Grid is a British multinational electricity and gas utility company, and they are a private corporation. Their interests are not aligned with the state of New Jersey. So serving that multinational corporation does not equate with the public interest of New Jersey. So since this project serves only National Grid, it does not serve the public interest of New Jersey. So I would respectfully ask the council to vote no, deny this utility license, listen to the people who are speaking up and speaking out and have been speaking out against this for over a decade now. You can do the right thing today. If just one of you will vote no, we will have done a great thing today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Randy, I just wanted to let you know that we have 7 council members present. Stu Challoner has come on.
Okay. When did you arrive, Mr. Challoner? Is he there?
While we're
Is his-
waiting, I'm sorry, this is Councilmember
I'm sorry.
Baldwin.
I had
This is Councilmember Baldwin. While we're waiting for folks to get back, perhaps it would be helpful if staff reiterated the parameters of our decision-making ability on the council.
It's,
Are you? So I don't know. So are you asking what factors we have to consider in making a decision?
Yes, that was not explicitly
Okay.
stated, and it seems to be a point of confusion for a lot of people testifying. So I just wanted to make sure that the public and anyone on the call understood kind of how we're approaching this decision today.
So when we decide whether to convey tidelands, we have to consider, is the conveyance in the public necessity? Have the environmental impacts been adequately considered and addressed? Is fair market being received for the conveyance? Does the state have need for the property that we're conveying? And does the project pose an impediment to navigation? They are the factors that we are obligated to consider under the law and regulations that give us the authority to sell and lease state-owned tidelands.
Hi, Randy, your question, this is Stu Challoner, your question to me regarding when I got on. I got on at 10:06. I had problems logging in, so I was just a couple minutes late.
So you heard the full presentation so far?
I heard your presentation in the beginning and all the testimony after.
You didn't vote on the meeting minutes, but you've heard all of the Transco matter.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so we have 7 council members present who have been present for the entire Transco matter.
Okay. The next speaker is Linda Powell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, obviously I'm Linda Powell. Good morning, everyone. Still morning. I'm a member of the Franklin Township Task Force on NESE and the Franklin Township Advisory Board of Health. I'm a healthcare professional. And in 2017, I was asked by the Township Council to keep them informed of the public health hazards associated with the proposed gas-powered gas compressor station 206. I'm also the Health and Air Quality Issues Coordinator of the Raritan Valley Group of the New Jersey Sierra Club. Through my research, I learned that every system in the human body could be negatively impacted, and that increased mortality rates and premature deaths were associated with pollutants from such a compressor station. Our air and water, our wetlands, wildlife, and habitat are threatened. Excuse me. Construction of this pipeline would dredge up and resuspend toxins buried for decades, again contaminating our shores and waters. Recently, we have benefited from stricter environmental regulations and laws. The waters of the Raritan Bay, Lower New York Harbor, have been cleaned up since a high point of pollution in the 70s. The toxins from industrial dumping into the Hudson River and the Bay, such as PBCs, dioxins, lead, and mercury, now lie beneath the seabed. Obviously, they didn't know that they were crossing state lines, as the waters do. Allowing this project, wait, I'm sorry, I had to rewrite this to make it shorter, and now I'm losing my space. Construction of this pipeline would dredge up and resuspend these toxins buried for decades, again contaminating our waters and shore. Williams Transco plans to release 3.2 million gallons of seawater treated with CoreTreat 15316. Excuse me. A highly toxic, I've been sick, a highly toxic chemical harmful to humans and other life forms. Its data safety sheet states, quote, this product should not be allowed to enter drains, watercourses, or the soil. Many New Jerseyans depend on the clean water and access to the Raritan Bay for their livelihood, and this pipeline certainly would not be in their interest. The Williams Transco's Northeast Supply Enhancement Project has changed very little in the past decade. It is the same project with a different FERC docket number that was denied by both the NJDEP and the NYSDEC in 2019 and again in 2020 due to the damage it would do to our waters. What has changed is we have had some of the hottest summers on record, the coldest winters, forest fires, more frequent destructive storms, more flooding, and sea levels rising.
Thank you, Linda Powell. If you have a final sentence you'd like to.
I was just saying that allowing this project to go forward will damage our economy, our environment, and our health. The impacts on climate could lead to more flooding and damage and costs to people, municipalities, and the state of New Jersey. The Nessie Pipeline project will undo decades of work to clean up our waters. This project is certainly not in the public interest for residents of New Jersey. This is not a project of public need, but rather of corporate greed. Please do your part to deny the Tidelands utility license for Nessie, as this project is clearly not in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patty Kronheim.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Patty Kronheim. I'm the program director of Rethink Energy New Jersey, a nonprofit promoting clean energy. And more importantly today, I think I am a fourth generation Monmouth County, Jersey Shore resident. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I respectfully urge the New Jersey Tidelands Resource Council to deny this license because it would cause significant harm to the state's tidal ecosystems, shellfish resources, and public recreational waters, and is in no way in the public interest. I want to talk about contamination. We've all heard and we know that it would suspend about 1 million cubic tons of toxic sediment. That directly threatens commercial licensed clamming areas that are long managed in coordination with the NJDEP. Granting Nessie a license would be in conflict and a threat to the existing clamming operation licenses that this very council has previously granted. These clamming grounds represent years of cleanup and restoration efforts funded by millions of New Jersey taxpayer dollars and billions of dollars if you include the federal money. Any project that would recontaminate this undermines the investment and jeopardizes the livelihoods of New Jersey's shellfish fishermen. New Jersey's proposed coastline disposal of this toxic material would also further degrade coastal water quality, putting at risk the health of millions of New Jersey residents and tourists. Personally, I surf these waters all year round with my dog Charlie, and I am deeply worried and concerned about how easily sediment pollution translates into unsafe water conditions. And I monitor the water, and I know this is a real issue to have clean water in our state. And in the terms of the wetlands, well, we all know how important wetlands is to prevent flooding. I've submitted this testimony, written testimony, along with a Princeton Hydro report submitted by Eastern Environmental Law Center back in 2019 that clearly shows that the wetland disturbed soils are acid sulfate clays. When you expose and trench through these, regrowth doesn't happen. You can see this with the existing Williams Transco right-of-way from their previous pipeline. As a Jersey Shore resident who has weathered many storms, I know firsthand the importance of maintaining healthy wetlands and tidelands to prevent the ever-increasing risk of flooding. And we know this is a major NJDEP priority. For all these reasons, NESE project conflicts with state environmental and resource management objectives. It would compromise ongoing cleanup programs, threaten public health, and irreversibly damage tidal habitats that are under increasing threat from sea level rise and vital to New Jersey's coastal resilience. Lastly, I'd like to point out for the record, and you might hear otherwise today from some business folks, I'd like to point out that NESE, an expensive, dirty methane gas project that would lock us into more fossil fuel emissions for decades to come, NESE is a prime example of how energy should not be built at our expense for the benefit of large load users and data centers. Multiple studies and the state of New York have shown that NESE is not needed for New York ratepayers, but they're footing the bill. And we here in New Jersey are paying with our health, our safety, and our environment. Williams Transco is paying. I just like to add that one thing that stuck with me, because I know you're going to say to the last statement, is that for this privilege, for all this pollution and locking us into fossil fuels for an unneeded pipeline, Williams Transco gets to pay $14,084. And that just as a New Jersey resident, a Jersey Shore resident, sticks in my craw, and I respectfully request that the council and Governor Sherrill deny the proposed license for the Williams Transco Northeast Supply Project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Milena Bimpong.
Good morning. My name is Milena Bimpong, and I'm commenting today on behalf of the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. We urge the Tidelands Resource Council to deny the issuance of the Tidelands license for Williams Transco's Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. And the Tidelands Resource Council does not have all of the necessary information that they need to make a decision on the issuance of this license today. The issuance of this license is not in the public's interest under any circumstances, as this project is a danger to public health and the quality of our waters. We have over 20 towns located near the area of the proposed pipeline who are opposed to the project because it's not in the public interest of their residents and would have harmful economic impacts. Additionally, many of these towns have significant populations that are classified as overburdened communities per DEP criteria. This proposed pipeline would have harmful impacts on overburdened communities, and the DEP has a responsibility to deny licenses and permits for proposed projects that would disproportionately affect overburdened communities. Under New Jersey law, the DEP has a duty to protect the quality of our waters. This includes preventing projects that degrade color, clarity, temperature, or odor, or introduce oils, chemicals, or other contaminants. Williams Transco has not demonstrated that the construction of this pipeline would cut through the Raritan Bay and the lower New York Bay, which would threaten fragile marine ecosystems. Construction would also disturb contaminated sediments, further jeopardizing water quality that our communities rely on. In addition, this project poses grave threats to the economic, fishing, and recreational value of the Raritan Bay. Beyond environmental impacts, this project poses serious economic risks. We also have concerns about property values and economic impact to our communities should construction move forward. For these reasons, we strongly urge you to deny the issuance of Williams Transco's license. Protecting our waters, communities, and economy must remain a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Heyer.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting us speak at this hearing. My name is Diane Heyer, and I live in Highgate Manor in Kendall Park, and I am also speaking for the people in my development here in Highgate Manor. We all will be living 1 mile, I just wanted to say, from the gas compressor station 206 as well. The Northeast Supply Enhancement Fossil Fuel Infrastructure Project fails to serve the public interest, will cause irreparable damage to Raritan Bay's benthic ecosystem, will disrupt toxic, long-buried contaminants, thereby violating clean water standards and threaten public trust in state-owned coastal lands for the following reasons. Number one, irreparable environmental damage. The construction would disrupt over 23 miles of seabed in the Raritan Bay, harming shellfish beds and marine resources. Number two, resuspension of toxins. Dredging threatens to stir up toxic contaminants, copper and mercury, from the EPA-listed Raritan Slag Superfund site, threatening water quality. Number three, failure of public interest test. Opponents argue the pipeline serves New York energy needs while leaving New Jersey with only environmental risk, violating the requirement that Tidelands usage must be in the public interest. Number four, inconsistency with previous denials. Critics argue the proposal is largely unchanged from previous submissions that were officially rejected for failing to meet water quality standards. And finally, number five, threat to coastal habitats. The project will destroy wetlands and marine habitat, harming coastal ecosystems and public recreational resources such as areas near Cheesequake Park, which I have fond memories of as a child. The Tidelands Resource Council's job is to protect the state's ecological and public health interests rather than allowing a private corporation to use state-owned land for the installation of high-risk fossil fuel infrastructure bordering on environmental disaster. Also, Williams is known for its bad safety record. This project is wholly unnecessary to New Jersey, which will get nothing from it except water and air pollution. The supporting gas compressor 206, which will be built right next to active dynamiting trap rock quarry, will disrupt the lives of many people, businesses, religious venues, schools, and etc. I'm sure you wouldn't want a gas compressor built in your backyard also. This has nothing to do with the permit we're talking about, but I just want to remind people as well that this is an insult. And this project is all about money over the quality of life. And guess what? If more projects like this keep happening, there will be no planet to live on and no place to spend the money extracted from it. The many effects of climate change, such as sea level rise, ocean warming, and ice sheet melting, are considered irreversible on human timescales, centuries to millennia, while air temperatures could stabilize shortly after greenhouse gas emissions cease. The damage already done persists, with potential for further catastrophic, uncontrollable changes if critical tipping points are breached. So NJDEP and Governor Sherrill, I am asking you, please do your job and please deny this permit with prejudice. It is your job to protect our health and climate for future generations to come. And so far, you have failed to do so by approving their air and water permits. Again, New Jersey gets nothing out of this project but pollution and is not in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jenna Reynolds. Is Jenna Reynolds here? Okay. The next speaker is Louise Uschek.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of New Jersey and the 300 members of the Monmouth County League on whose board I serve. We have long held positions protecting public health and the environment and deep concerns about Transco's Nessie pipeline. New York does not need this energy. An electric cable is about to bring the city up to 20% of its electric needs from Canadian hydroelectric power. Empire Wind will help too. Toxic emissions from Nessie's compressor station will create a public health crisis in central New Jersey. Digging and backfilling a trench out Raritan Bay will resuspend thousands of tons of deadly toxins now sequestered under the seafloor. With the unique currents and tidal flow in the bay, it will take up to 3 years for toxins to settle down, suffocating benthic communities, contaminating the marine food chain, impacting fish migrations and marine mammals, and degrading coastal marshes along the northern coast of Monmouth County, way beyond where the pipeline actually goes. And Middlesex County too. We have spent 50 years bringing this bay back from a near dead zone to its current biodiversity. Thousands of jobs now depend on its health. Nessie will negatively impact the economies of Monmouth County and New Jersey by reducing tourism dollars to New Jersey. 50.6 billion were received in 2024. Inbound tides will bring the resuspended toxins into the shore as they sweep in more heavily from the northern part of the bay. The Raritan River turns the water to flow out sluggishly over 16 to 21 days along the bay's rugged southern shoreline and its marshes. Keensburg gets its drinking water from the bay. Tideland marshes are crucial nurseries for the bay, incubating fish eggs, crabs, marine life, providing foraging and nesting for wildlife and birds, and helping maintain the health of the bay. Once a marsh edge is broken, it gets increasingly undercut and its platform sloughs away. Infrastructure sinks in marsh areas, and this pipeline will also go through acid soils. Once exposed to air, they may be unable to revegetate. These damages could pave the way for a catastrophic loss of these marshes in the future. We need them to provide climate resilience, to mitigate sea level rise and storm damage, protect the biodiversity and food sources of the bay and the marine life it now supports without poisoning it. With climate change and a degraded bay, an algal bloom could occur along with other challenges, preventing us from ever restoring the bay to its current health. Tidelands are held in trust by New Jersey for our residents' benefit. This pipeline brings no benefit. We urge you to deny Transco's request for Tidelands license, and thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom York. Is Tom York here? Okay, the next speaker is Andrew Province. Is Andrew Province here?
He's muted.
Andrew Province, if you are here, you are currently muted. Okay, we will move on to the speakers who have messaged in chat then. If Andrew
Well, hi,
Province-
I'm here. I'm here. You did not unmute me, so may I please have my 3 minutes?
Andrew,
Hello?
I'm not capable of unmuting you. Only you are.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Andy Province. I'm a lifelong resident and duly licensed attorney in the state of New Jersey. I practice environmental law with a focus on ocean protection and land conservation. I'd like to raise 2 points regarding the council's lack of authority to grant this license. First is the public trust doctrine. In New Jersey, tidelands are held in trust by the state for the benefit of the people of New Jersey. And as the speakers have before me have said, there is no public benefit to the residents of New Jersey of this application, only harms. The gas is going to New York. It's the benefit of private corporation. There is no public interest to the people of the state of New Jersey on this license. Secondly, and respectfully, you don't have the authority to grant this application because of the so-called Stop Offshore Oil and Gas Act of 2018, which I had a hand in drafting. The STOP Act provides that no tidal or submerged lands in state waters shall be leased for the purposes of oil or natural gas exploration, development, or production. The reason that your authority has been circumscribed is set forth by the legislature, which found that oil and natural gas development, exploration, and production in New Jersey waters poses a serious and unacceptable risk to the coastal resources of the state, the water quality of the state, and the continued viability of the state's shore tourism and commercial fishing industries. Now, the STOP Act says that development includes, but is not necessarily limited to, pipelines that connect to production facilities in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, what else is included? This project is in the coastal zone, which is regulated by CAFRA, and further, the STOP Act is part of CAFRA. CAFRA defines development to mean the construction of any building or structure, including development and furtherance of a commercial or industrial use. Hence, the proposed natural gas line through Raritan Bay is prohibited by the plain language of the STOP Act and CAFRA. I also want to share some insight I gained from assisting in the drafting of the STOP Act. The original version of legislation would have strictly prohibited offshore drilling. But in subsequent versions of the bill, that prohibition changed to offshore oil and natural gas exploration, development, and production. The legislative sponsors were particularly concerned with the dangers posed to the marine environments, not just from the act of drilling, but from 3 types of fossil fuel activities in state waters, development being one of them. And for good reason. Over the last 20 years in the United States, there have been over 1,400 documented gas transmission pipeline accidents that have caused 37 deaths, 150 injuries, and over $2.5 billion in property damage. And that data doesn't include the deadly pipeline explosion in Edison, New Jersey in 1994. So these are some of the dangers that our legislature addressed by enacting the STOP Act. To conclude, the Tidelands Resource Council lacks the authority to circumvent the STOP Act by considering the proposed license for natural gas development in Raritan Bay. I would also like to, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Christine Gunningham.
Hi, my name is Christine Gunningham, and I'm a resident of Keansburg, and like others, believe the effects can be extremely damaging to our community specifically. Keansburg is already flood prone, already facing erosion, storm vulnerability, along with many other vulnerabilities as prior speakers outlined, and we simply do not need more. It's been stated that the pipeline will not disturb contaminated areas, and to me that sounds like the goal is to not disturb known contaminated areas. And as we know, contamination is often widespread, poorly mapped, and even historically buried. Also, public interest was cited by the applicant as a reason for approval. And just yesterday, I collected 81 signatures from Keansburg and nearby concerned residents. And these names were collected in one day. Many people had no idea that this was occurring, and this was the first time that they've even heard about this project. And out of every person that I spoke to, not one person supported this project. So the public is telling you all this is not a public necessity, which is part of the voting criteria. And if it was public necessity, people would be here to tell you so. This is our home, and I really, really, really hope that this council will choose not to prioritize corporate profits over our health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison McLeod.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Allison McLeod. I'm the interim executive director for the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters, statewide political voice for the environment. But I also speak to you today as a resident and a user of the Raritan Bay Shore. I went to school on Sandy Hook. I started my environmental career as a kid on the bay, counting horseshoe crabs, piping plovers, studying our marine ecosystem and our tidelands. And I've spent my professional and personal life advocating for our waters, our water quality, our community health, and our marine ecosystems. And I want to thank the volunteer members of the council, and I acknowledge your time here today hearing these concerns. I know you've heard a lot of frustrations from speakers, and while we fully understand the limitations of this body, I will also note there haven't been other places for residents to express their frustrations, their concerns, and their fears to Transco. Even when speaking with our local elected officials, as the speaker before me just said, even that a lot of the towns we spoke with had no information about the project, and there has been not public engagement on it. And even calling back to the beginning of this presentation, members of the council had questions about the as-built schematics and more information that you would like to see. So I would just urge the council to please not vote to approve this project when there are still questions about the actual infrastructure and construction. And regarding some of the charge of the council when making the decision, that of course raises concerns for me about whether the impacts have been properly assessed or shared with you, the decision makers. Regarding other uses for this tideland, I think for the tidelands areas, you've heard from a lot of the other speakers about the improvements for oyster, for shell fisheries, for recreation, for hook and line fishing. And as others have said, there is no benefit to the residents of the state of New Jersey. We take only the risk. You've heard the degradation that this would cause to the Tidelands resources, and I want to underscore the environmental concerns of all of the speakers before me. And regarding the environmental impact and assessment, I will note, as others have, that this project was denied twice before by the state of New Jersey and previously by the state of New York for failure to meet water quality standards, including the waters of our tidelands. So I thank you all for your time today. Respectfully urge you to deny the license for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sue Bernstein. Sue Bernstein. Okay. Sue Bernstein is not available. The next speaker is Celeste Ricano.
Yes, I'm on. First, I want to thank the Tidelands for hearing our comments, and also I want to thank the Tidelands Resource Council and the NJDEP for the very informative Tidelands 101 webinar, which you recently hosted, and I did view it to become more familiar with the council's responsibilities. So thank you for both. On March 28th, over 8 million people gathered across the United States speaking up to protect not only their rights, but also those of their neighbors. And the message was loud and clear. Enough is enough. So here we are today with the same message because climate justice is a basic human right. A coalition of 28 environmental and 20 advocacy organizations have successfully opposed this project for almost a decade. I know it must be tiring to hear all these public comments, but just imagine how tiring it is for us to have to continually voice our opposition for over 10 years. Each time the NJDEP has denied Williams Transco the necessary permits to build this toxic compressor station and pipeline. And it is appalling that Williams Transco has again reopened their unchanged application. How? Do they think they have carte blanche now because of the federal government's pro-oil and methane gas policies? Since 2008, 10 Williams Transco's pipelines and compressor stations have exploded. These incidents have killed 6 people and injured 103 residents. In addition, the fires and explosions have released methane into the atmosphere, leveling buildings and contaminating groundwater. The risk of a compressor station fire and explosion extremely high because the proposed compressor station, which goes along with this pipeline, would be only yards from the Trap Rock Quarry in Franklin Township, where nearby residents routinely experience ground-level blasting incidents. Just one compressor station can leak an estimated 870 kilograms of methane into the atmosphere each hour. Now that's the equivalent impact on the environment of burning 7 tanker trucks every day. Long buried contaminated sediment, disrupted because of the dredging needed for this pipeline, would release over 1 million tons of toxins into the Raritan Bay, suffocating fish eggs and contaminating the food chain. And of course, this would include the Tidelands area where those ecosystems would be directly impacted. The NJDEP states on their website that all rights in the Tidelands and the water itself are held by the state in trust for the benefit of the public. This proposed methane compressor station and pipeline is directly in violation of their pledge to protect and preserve our waterways for the public, utilizing these areas both for economic opportunities and vital New Jersey tourism. This $1 billion fossil fuel expansion project will not benefit New Jersey residents. Instead, it will cause sickness, destruction, and death. The Tidelands Resource Council has the power to deny Williams Transco this license and must do so, putting an end to this disastrous project once and for all. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilla, did we?
Yes.
I see that did we skip Kirk Frost? I had them, I had Celeste later on down. I have Kirk Frost, Nidhi Kulkarni, and Ray Cantor on the chat list.
Kirk Frost is next.
Okay.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I loved all the comments so far, and I also very much appreciate the council listening to us and with objectivity, which I greatly appreciate, and consideration. A lot of folks have already talked about the public interest aspect. I guess one question with the public interest is, whether or not, I recall many years ago, needles showing up on the shore. So my question with this project, what's going to show up on the shore after it? But future state use is another aspect of the Tideland councils that needs to be reviewed and determined. And determine whether the state may have a future use for the tidelands. Well, the New Jersey 2025 Comprehensive Climate Action Plan makes clear that the New Jersey future needs for coastal resilience, shoreline protection, wetland restoration, and natural carbon sequestration are expanding. These uses depend on the very same coastal and nearshore lands that the NESE project seeks to occupy. Approving a fossil easement would permanently constrain the state's documented future uses and directly contradict the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan's directives to halt natural gas expansion, protect coastal ecosystems, and build a climate resilient shoreline infrastructure. Another aspect is the appropriate fee. I did enjoy someone commenting about that before. Yeah, it's before issuing any tideland lease, the council must determine an appropriate fee. When a proposed project materially contradicts the state's climate action plan, forecloses future state uses of tidelands, and imposes climate and ecological damages on present and future generations, the council must explain what methodology it will use to calculate the full damage-based cost to New Jersey residents. What fee is going to account for this? It's 12K a year or 14K, whatever it was, 14K a year certainly does not accommodate the damage it's going to do to New Jersey. And we're still very ignorant about what natural gas transmission pipelines do to our environment and our health and safety. Finally, there's one last thing that I couldn't find on the website, and going through the regulations of the Tideland Council, it says, the Tideland Council shall develop an informational guide entitled Guide to the Tidelines, which shall be written in clear and plain language. I couldn't find that. I was looking for that to help me think of what to say. But thank you for your consideration, and please listen to all the experts that have spoken. They've done excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nidhi Kulkarni. Nidhi Kulkarni cannot unmute currently. I suppose I'll read their comment. I am a Middlesex County resident and voter. I strongly urge the TRC to deny the utility license. I am against the NESE pipeline due to the following points. Pipelines leak enormous amounts of methane, a stronger greenhouse gas than CO2, which directly contributes to the climate emergency. The most recent annual State of the Air report by the American Lung Association warns that nearly half of all children across the country are regularly exposed to dangerously high levels of toxic air pollution. According to their report, Middlesex County has an F grade for ozone and has only been receiving passing grades for annual particle pollution counts since approximately 2010. I do not want to reverse the progress we've made. Given the company's history, I am not confident in their ability to keep our communities safe and healthy. According to Pipeline Safety Trust, PST analyzed publicly available records and found that the Transco system has more incidents than most pipelines. Even when adjusting for the length of Transco, Williams Co. is worse than other gas transmission operators in fatalities, cost per incident, and releases per incident. The construction of the proposed unmanned compressor station could create air and water pollution by releasing toxic chemicals. The gases and toxins emitted by compressor stations increase the risks of asthma, cardiovascular, neurological, developmental, and respiratory diseases and cancers. The higher pressure and speed of the gas coming from the compressor stations increases the risk of leaks, fires, and explosions. A pipeline under the Raritan Bay could dredge up toxins buried for decades and cause pollution, increase flooding, and destroy critical wetlands and habitat. The people do not want this. Thank you to everyone here. The next speaker is Ray Cantor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Ray Cantor. I am with the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. NJBIA is the state's largest association representing the business community, and we are strongly in support of this project, and we ask the council to approve the license. NJBIA recognizes that a strong economy is dependent on adequate and reliable sources of energy and the infrastructure that is necessary to bring it to the region. And this project meets both of those standards. We are not concerned that most of the gas will be going to New York State. We recognize that we are a nation of individual states. One state should not be in a position to deny energy resources to another state. That is why we have FERC overlooking the entire project. And if we were to accept that proposition, then New Jersey would be at the whim of other states merely deciding to deny us our energy resources. We have already seen the need for this project for the fact that FERC has approved it, and the environmental concerns have been addressed by FERC and by all the permits that the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has issued. The fact that those permits have been issued and FERC's approved it shows that it meets all environmental standards that are in place. It is not the role of this commission, this council, to second guess the experts both at FERC and at DEP, whose expertise is to make those specific judgments. The role of this council is really to look to see whether or not there are conflicts with other Tideland or riparian users, to make sure that adequate compensation is addressed, and again, to make sure that entities such as FERC and DEP have weighed in and have made their appropriate findings. So in conclusion, we are strongly in support of this project. We think it's going to help the regional economy and therefore the business community in New Jersey. And we ask that the council approve the license today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is 12:05. We will go on another 5-minute break and we will return at 12:10. And in the meantime, I will make a slide for the remaining speakers so that people know when they are queued. Okay, it is 12:10. Is everyone back? This is Chairperson Mary Pat Robbie. Are you there?
I am here.
Excellent. Can everyone see the list of remaining speakers that we have?
No, it's a picture of the pipeline. It's the
Okay.
pipeline slide. There we
There
go.
you go.
Excellent. All right. We will continue then. The next speaker is Judith Kneppa.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the TRC for this opportunity to speak. I am Judith Canepa. I'm VET board member and Energy Conservation Committee chair in New York City, and a member of the Sane Energy Network. So a little history. Thanks to a massive groundswell of resistance by New Jersey and New York to the NESE, our New York State DEC denied the pipeline in our waters for 3 years in a row, 2018 to 2020. Williams Transco could not craft a plan to assure safety from the contaminants below the seabed. Neither horizontal directional drilling or any other method, shallow or deep, could prevent plumes of harmful silt from choking the benthic creatures. Release of toxic heavy metal contaminants couldn't be assured. Prevention such as mercury, arsenic, copper. Sadly, our current governor relaxed her scrutiny because of some federal pressures, and of course our DEC and our PSC followed suit. But nothing has changed since 2020. I suggest the council take a good look at Williams' safety record. We've heard about pipeline companies in general, but Williams, they're based in Oklahoma, and it's often due thanks to the local people that any alarms have been sounded. They've had to pay over $3.4 million in fines since 2008, and 6 deaths and hundreds of injuries thanks to failures in corrosion monitoring, excavation, and equipment maintenance. We've also established through independent consultants that the projections of a future need for gas are seriously flawed, and that, in fact, with our increasing efficiency standards and things like our fast growing use of heat pumps, which are 2 and 3 times more efficient than the best boilers, our public housing is rapidly switching to heat pumps. Our city, our state, we have deadlines for emission reductions. That means we have to and will move off fossil fuels. Findings are supporting independent projections that instead of National Grid projecting that there will be more consumers and a greater need for gas, the use has flatlined. What hasn't flatlined are seawater rise, species decline, intense weather, health impacts from air pollution, from compressor stations and leaky pipelines, and of course, our gas bills. National Grid's giant gas storage facility in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, can't show even after this past ferocious winter that there's a need for Nessie's gas. And indeed, we learned that it will likely go out into the open market, and bidders are going to be, who else? Data centers. We don't need this gas, especially at the expense of New Jersey. And we don't want to see our own utility bills continue to skyrocket. Please, Commission, please deny this application. And if that's too challenging for today, I would suggest you wisely delay your decision until the resolution of the lawsuits that are pending in New Jersey and New York that were mentioned at the head of this hearing by Mr. Greenberg of the EELC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dennis Hart. Is Dennis
Hi,
Hart
yes,
here?
I'm sorry. Yep, coming on board. Thank you. Thank you
right.
very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dennis Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Chemistry Council of New Jersey, formerly Executive Director of the Environmental Infrastructure Trust for New Jersey, Assistant Commissioner for Environmental Regulation, Director of Water Quality, and Assistant Director for Site Remediation. Chemistry Council of New Jersey represents manufacturers of chemicals, pharmaceuticals, energy development, as well as personal care products. The number one cost to a manufacturer in New Jersey is the cost of energy. Energy is 60 to 80% of the cost of the products manufactured in New Jersey is due to the cost of energy. Our manufacturers are already paying 55% more for electricity than the rest of the country. So we are not looking at a energy crisis in the future. We're facing an energy crisis and energy shortage right now. I am here to testify in support of the application. When you look at energy supply, you just can't look at it from one state to another, one system to another, one municipality to another. You have to consider the Northeast as one large energy basin, and a shortage in one area impacts the entire basin. Take, for instance, this last winter we went through. In very heavy winters, manufacturers are asked to cut back on natural gas supply, and so are electricity generators. And what they do is either cut back on manufacturing or it's substituted with fuel oil, a much dirtier energy generation. So the having clean natural gas as opposed to switching to fuel oil is a benefit not only to the environment, but it's also a benefit to the economy. I trust that the DEP staff in all of the various permitting programs have thoroughly reviewed all of the applications, taken into consideration all of the public's comments, as well as the environmental regulations, and in approving these projects have done their duty to comply with all the environmental laws and regulations. With that in mind, we fully support this project and we look forward to the project being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jill Aquino.
Yes, hi. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jill.
One
Aquino,
moment,
and I live in
please.
Sussex County.
Jill, is it possible for you to put on headphones because your microphone is picking up yourself and echoing?
I don't think I have headphones to put on. Will turning it down help at all? My volume.
That's a bit better.
It's better?
That's a bit better. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello, my name is Jill Aquino and I live in Sussex County, New Jersey. I'm a former pediatric nurse, a former pediatric psychiatric nurse, a former school nurse, and currently an environmental health nurse working at NYU Medical School's Environmental Medicine Division with the Ramapo Lenape Turtle Clan and Deer Clan, who live in Ringwood, New Jersey, and in Hillburn, New York. I would like to thank the NJDEP for previous denial of Transco's prior permit applications. This project has not changed since Transco's first failed applications and should be denied again. I am deeply opposed to the Nessie Pipeline project and its associated compressor station, as this project will have very serious impacts on water quality, both during and after construction. There needs to be a rapid and just transition to 100% renewable energy immediately, not further infrastructure for natural gas. And by the way, natural gas is not clean. The product transported by Nessie Pipeline is a fossil fuel that dangerously contributes to climate change. Methane, the primary component of natural gas, is a potent greenhouse gas that leaks from pipelines, contributing to overall greenhouse gas emissions and ground level ozone. Methane contributes to the forming of ground level ozone by reacting with other harmful air pollutants when sunlight is present. This causes dangerous respiratory illnesses, especially in children, birth defects, chronic heart and lung issues, and cancer. There are 9 million premature deaths each year, which equates to 1 in 5 deaths and overall increased mortality rates. A Harvard study found that 8 million people worldwide died in 2018 from fossil fuel pollution. This is the equivalent to the population of New York City. Significantly reducing methane emissions is crucial for combating both climate change and ground level ozone pollution. We already know that climate change is affecting our entire planet. Utmost concern must be about the people, our forests, our drinking water, our air, and not the pipelines themselves or the pipeline companies, or the exorbitant amount of money the pipeline industry makes as a direct result of our forests, our land, and our water, which are all being contaminated. And the risks are highly explosive when pipelines are built or expanded. The health of our nation's children has never been more at risk, with the asthma rates never seen at the levels they are seen currently. I spoke to Congress in front of our nation's capital on September 14th, 2021, about our nation's air and the poor health of our children. As a former school nurse of 16 and a half years, I've seen firsthand how poor health of our planet is directly negatively impacting the health of our children, and this will continue if we do not take a stand against the Nessie pipeline project and say no more pipelines. The health and well-being of our planet must be our top priority, and moving forward with a major fossil fuel infrastructure project like Nessie will be devastating to the public's health and public safety. I implore you today to immediately abolish the Nessie pipeline project, as this project and compressor stations have very serious short and long-term disastrous impacts on the environment, the wildlife, habitat destruction, water, air pollution, noise disturbance, and environmental effects that are not minimal, which contribute to climate change. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I urge the license for the Nessie pipeline be denied by this council, NJDEP, as it was before, and Governor Mikey Sherrill. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessie Lindsay.
Okay. All right. Everything I was going to say has been said. I just want to remind people that we're not the owners of the earth or the sea. We only borrow them when we're living. We can't allow a few corrupt politicians emphasizing corrupt to determine that's what the people want. Okay? Businesses do not want Nessie. We will lose billions of dollars. I'd like to see the list of signatures of business owners knowing these facts that indeed they want Nessie. I don't believe it. Okay? This has been denied again and again. And the only reason why it's being brought up again is because certain regimes decided that they were going to get a percentage of that pipeline. Executives, CEO executives are going to get millions of dollars every year that that pipeline exists. New York didn't want it. That was a dirty deal with Hochul and Trump. And New Jersey didn't want it. Okay, so all this stuff about businesses wanting it is false. It will kill the boating industry, the fisher industry, all the tourists that come in for all of that, the beaches, the animal life. Who are we to murder dolphins, turtles, endangered species like turtles, clams, oysters, whales, horseshoe crab, Atlantic sturgeon, winter flounder? No one asked the fishermen, did they? It's ridiculous that for 10 years I've been fighting this, and I will never get tired of fighting this. So don't think that this is over. And the Tidelands Resource Council, wow, you have a lot of power in your hands, and I hope you make the ethical and only right decision to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kin G.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kin G. I serve as president of the grassroots group called Charge, Consumers Helping Affect Regulation of Gas and Electric. Our group was founded in 2018 to be the public voice for New Jersey's more than 3 million individual consumers in public policy discussions, the legislation process, and the regulation of utility and energy sectors. I am speaking today to urge the council to deny the final utility license needed for the construction of William Transco's Nessie project. For the record, we started a petition opposing the project and have gathered more than 4,000 signatures. You heard from many groups already about the environmental concerns, so in the interest of time, I won't repeat them. However, I would like to emphasize, just for the record, in April 2024, William Transco wrote to FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, that it will let the Nessie certificate expire in May 2024 and will not be seeking another extension. And in June of 2024, FERC issued the order vacating this certificate of order. Unfortunately, in June 2025, William Transco reapplied to build this project only after federal actions by the new Trump administration and negotiation with the state of New York. So I just want to conclude with this. The Nessie pipeline project was filed under a pretext and represents a money grab from a large energy company. The pipeline does not connect to any existing New Jersey pipelines. It serves no public interest for New Jersey. Unfortunately, people living near and downwind of the gas regulator station, marine life, fishermen, clammers, recreational user of Ravelin Bay could all become collateral damage. Therefore, we join with other advocates in urging you to deny the utility license for the Nessie project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paige Pinkney.
Pinkney. I know it's a lot of consonants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much to everyone for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking to you today not just as a resident of New Jersey, but as someone who grew up on Keuka Lake, which is part of the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York and is untouched by hydrofracking infrastructure of any kind. I grew up watching countless coalitions, committees, and legal teams fight tooth and nail to keep hydrofracking out of New York State, just like the organizations present in this meeting today are fighting to keep fracked gas infrastructure from doing the exact same kind of harm to New Jersey. Their efforts were so successful and so clearly in the best interests of New York State that hydrofracking is permanently banned in New York State. And since then, these hydrofracking companies have pivoted to pipeline infrastructure, which since 2010, the vast majority of these projects have been refused by New York State or abandoned by their developers because the pipelines and compressor stations damage the land and the waterways just as much as the fracking itself. From 2016 to 2021, 3 projects representing 931 miles of pipeline, some of which was also supposed to run through New Jersey, was fought off. These projects, for your research, were the Pilgrims, Constitution, and Williams pipelines. Now, a fracking pipeline project that had been denied for years pulls a complete 180 on approvals over the course of mere months. That represents an unprecedented reversal in New York State and New Jersey state policy, and the timing should alarm everyone involved. Regardless of the permits that have been granted, the state's reversal on these policies, this project represents an abuse of the relationship between New York State and New Jersey and straight hypocrisy by the state of New Jersey, who knows that this infrastructure damages the environment and negatively affects residents and ecosystems. Now, you stated with your reiteration of the council's duty that it is the council's duty to weigh the pipeline's value for the state of New Jersey. There is clearly zero value and immeasurable harm. I hope that you choose to protect the tidelands of New Jersey in the ways New York has always protected its own waterways and tributaries from fracking and fracking infrastructure since fracking started in earnest in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Jones.
Good afternoon. Richard Jones, Highlands, New Jersey. You've likely heard the buzzword fungible being applied to crude oil prices recently. I'm looking at a Federal Reserve Bank chart that compares the Henry Hub U.S. natural gas spot price to the European Union spot price. There's a large spread. We're paying much, much less than the rest of the world. People residing in the U.S. currently benefit from abundant U.S. natural gas supplies and pay much less than most other countries. U.S. natural gas is currently less fungible than crude oil because there's a limited amount of LNG export capacity. What does this have to do with the Nessie pipeline? There may be ulterior motives. April 28th, in Croatia, Secretary Wright signed an agreement to grow American LNG exports. There have been 3 attempts to build an offshore LNG facility in the vicinity of where the Nessie pipeline would terminate. The alleged need was to import natural gas to Long Island, but the Deepwater Port Act and the Energy Policy Act would allow exporting. This chart from the National Grid report, long-term capacity of Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, and Long Island, it shows that there, except for a few spikes, the pipeline capacity that's existing is well below what's defined as the design bay. There's a press release, February 5th, 2026, National Grid press release. It says it meets the record demand for Long Island natural gas customers as Arctic blast blankets the Northeast. Quote, National Grid delivered record amounts of natural gas to its Long Island and Rockaway Peninsula customers. If anything, perhaps all Long Island requires is building some storage capacity for the occasional spikes. Is this project for Long Island or part of the plan to export our country's precious finite natural gas resources? If it's the latter, that is a surefire way to increase energy costs to U.S. ratepayers because we'll be in direct competition with the global market and rapidly depleting our natural gas reserves. So I refer to Reuters, May 1st, 2026, story, while Asia and Europe scramble for natural gas, the U.S. glut has nowhere to go. And also Public Citizen, December 16th, 2025, Trump LNG energy export policy costs household $12 billion in the first 9 months of 2025. If Governor Mikey Sherrill truly wants to drive down energy prices for New Jersey, or at least minimize increases, she should deny approval for this project. I suggest the council ask the pipeline if this pipeline capacity will ever facilitate exporting natural gas. For the sake of New Jersey residents, I encourage the council to deny this Tidelands license. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Greenberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Don Greenberg. I'm a resident of Bradley Beach, New Jersey, and the at-large chair of the Surfrider Foundation Jersey Shore chapter, whose mission it is to protect the oceans, waves, and beaches for everybody's enjoyment. Pretty much the previous speakers stole my thunder, especially Paige Pinkney. Pretty much think she was looking at my notes. But a couple things that I'd like to bring up. One, in the beginning, Mr. Beer said that this crosses no contaminated sites, this pipeline, whereas it does. Part of the Raritan Bay Loop would go through the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site, where there's buried lead, arsenic, antimony, copper, iron, and chromium. Those are the primary contaminants. Other metal contaminants are manganese, vanadium, zinc. Areas 7 and 11 of the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site are part of the Nessie construction workspace, where there's toxic levels of lead, arsenic, and other heavy metals that have been found by the EPA and the NJDEP. That's one point, and that's just one of many points. I don't know how this council could consider approving anything that goes through a Superfund site. It just defies common sense. The other thing that I would like to bring up is something personal. My daughter moved to Keyport, less than a mile and a half from where this pipeline would enter the bay, because of the beauty of the bay, a bay that has been restored over decades. And we shouldn't destroy this bay for a profit grab by a multinational company. I'd also like to address something said by Mr. Hart about clean natural gas. There is no such thing as clean natural gas. From inception to transportation to use, it is not a clean energy source. And Mr. Cantor had said that it was approved by FERC, so it must be okay. I'd like to remind the members of the council, FERC never met a pipeline it didn't like. I don't remember any case where FERC has denied a pipeline. And, you know, lastly, I would implore the council to deny this application. And please, please do not sell our health and our environment for 30 pieces of silver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next
Council,
speaker.
Chairperson, before we go on, this is Joe Gravis. The chat room is not meant for continuing declarations as we move forward. Everybody has their time, and we can't continue to have thousands of comments and information loaded onto us here. You have your opportunity to talk, and then we move to the next person. I think you made that clear in the beginning.
I did, and I was going to say something, but yes, please refrain from using the chat for anything but signing up to speak. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Harsh Bagarva.
This is Harsh. First, lots of thanks to the honorable members of Tidelands Council for their patient listening to our serious concerns. Since so many speakers have already given hard facts why this project would be terrible for environment, for our water resources, our bay, our health, our economy, I'm going to take a different perspective. Let me take a global perspective of where we are. China is our economic, political, military competitor, and it is getting way ahead of us in one of the most important aspects of scientific growth, which is solar and wind projects. According to New York Times, China has got 2.2 tetrawatt, or over 26% of their country's need of electricity from solar and wind energy. Where we are, we used to be we produce 480 gigawatt, about 1/4 of what China is producing, and we are the country that discovered solar energy. That's a real slap on our face that we have allowed other people to grow, because we have taken the easy and dirty way of using gas. So I would request the honorable members to help us get back our country back to the great traditions of innovation, of advancement, of looking long term. And I would urge humbly, although I know it's not going to be heard, but I would urge Transco to please jump on solar and clean energy and become the leaders there, not just for our future, but for your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anshul Gupta. Is Anshul Gupta here? I see the name Anshul Gupta in the presenter list. You are currently muted. Are you able to unmute?
Good afternoon. Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
Your connection is choppy.
Which is a statewide.
We have a bad connection. Can you maybe try to log back in or use the call-in number, and we can see if you can have the opportunity to speak later on, but it's a very bad connection.
Okay, I will try later. Are you able to hear me now, by the way?
Yes.
A little bit better. It's still skipping. Go on, see if we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Anshul Gupta. I'm the Policy and Research Director for New Yorkers for Clean Power Organization Energy Solutions. Also a New Jersey resident in Logan County. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. First, I'd like to speak as the New York Policy and Research Director on the origins of the NSC pipeline's revival after it had been denied multiple
I
times
think
over
we're
the
I think
years.
we're losing you. You're going to
During
have
the
to log
2024
back
election
in.
cycle, the oil and gas industry, including the Williams Pipeline Company, spent.
We're going to have to disconnect you. We're losing you. You're in and out. So if you want to try and log back in
Okay,
or
I will try
try the
later.
phone call.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Kevin Quinn. Is Kevin Quinn present? The next speaker is Paula Rogovin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Paula Rogovin from Food and Water Watch, North Jersey volunteer team. I live in Teaneck, New Jersey. I taught kindergarten and first grade for 44 years in New York City public schools. Over the years, my students did research about the school, the community, workers building the Second Avenue subway, and the use of pesticides in parks. They asked questions and we did research to find answers. They interviewed people, they learned the science, and when things got them upset, we made a list of what we could do about it, and we took action. We even got a law passed to ban toxic pesticides in New York City parks and playgrounds. So what does this have to do with the Nessie pipeline? Over the last several years here in New Jersey, many of us took time to ask questions about the proposed Nessie pipeline and compressor. I was particularly interested in what might happen to a 60-year-old pipeline if Transco installed a compressor to push the gas faster through this very old pipeline. We learned that old pipes break more frequently, especially when under greater pressure. There are documented leaks, explosions, and injuries throughout the US. They've been spoken about by other speakers. I also listened carefully as people explained the science of installing a pipeline through Tidelands and under the bay. What did I learn? It would stir up 1 million tons of toxic sediments, including PCBs, dioxin, lead, methyl mercury, petrochemicals, arsenic, polluting the bay and the ocean. The sediment would take up to 3 years to settle, suffocating fish eggs and larvae, contaminating the food chain. This includes the tideland areas where vulnerable ecosystems, as you know, would be directly impacted. Important bay ecosystems, including oyster reefs, clam beds, wetlands, and shallow waters, would be impacted. It would release unspecified chemicals and biocides into marine environment. All of this will impact all of our marine life, fish, shellfish, turtles, whales, birds, including those endangered species. So like my students, the hundreds of people in this region and throughout New York and New Jersey have made lists of what we can do to stop this pipeline, the Nessie pipeline. We've held forums and rallies. We've gathered resolutions from town councils in the area. Top of my list for me today is to appeal to you to reject the Nessie pipeline, reject the forces that are pushing expanded use of fossil fuels. Wars, like the war in Iran, the attacks on Venezuela, the wars for fossil fuels. New York has said they don't even need natural gas from the Nessie pipeline. It will benefit only a major corporation, the fossil fuel industry. I urge you to read about the expanding use of renewable energy around the world that was referred to by an earlier speaker. Listen to the science. Reject Nessie pipeline and compressor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Starts.
Hi, Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephanie Starts. I'm a resident of Hudson County, New Jersey. New Jersey gains no benefit from the Nessie pipeline, but receives the pollution, health risks, and damage. FERC stated in their initial key findings in January 2019, the operation of a compressor station 206 along the Nessie project would result in long-term impacts on air quality. Communities along the route will be exposed to chemicals tied to cancer, brain damage, and developmental harm. They'll face toxic air and water from potential gas leaks and sediments laced with arsenic, mercury, lead, and PCBs. This project would turn Hunterdon, Somerset, and Middlesex counties and the Raritan Bay into Cancer Alley. The tidelands will face damage from erosion, loss of the marine ecosystem, and extreme weather caused by the Nessie pipeline. Our tidelands serve to protect against storm surge and prevent flooding. New Jersey already lacks the necessary infrastructure to manage the severe storms that have become part of our regular seasonal rhythms. We not only need to maintain the current tidelands, but invest in strengthening the Raritan Bay coastline. Additionally, the land that will be used for this pipeline and compressor station could be better used for housing, solar farms, or battery storage projects. My family lives in Monmouth County, 10 miles from the compressor station, and they enjoy fishing in the Raritan Bay. My niece is also a student at the Marine Academy of Science and Technology in the Highlands. This is not an easy school to get into, but her deep love and appreciation for our oceans and marine life motivated her to study and excel in school. She hopes one day to become a marine scientist. If this permit is approved and the project goes forward, my niece and her classmates at MAST will bear witness to the decline of the Raritan Bay with the rise of toxic chemicals and the loss of marine life. As adults, we have a responsibility to future generations. We need to model good judgment, honesty, and courage. We know the Nessie pipeline will pollute toxic, carcinogenic substances into our air and the Raritan Bay. We know the Nessie pipeline is operated by a company with a long and troubling safety record that includes multiple explosions and repeated federal violations. We know the Nessie pipeline will not benefit the residents of New Jersey. Young people watching us know these truths as well. They're witnessing us trade their health, joy, and future for political expediency. They know we are lying about the justifications for approving this project. They know this is a theft. There's no compromise with the environment. Williams Transco's proposed energy credits will not stop storm surge from the Atlantic. It will not prevent rising emissions, leading to stronger storms, warmer summers, and worsening air pollution. It will not prevent asthma, cancer, or the neurological conditions the broader community will suffer. Please deny the Tidelands permit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ken Dolsky.
Thank you very much. My name is Ken Dolsky. I am on the steering committee of Empowering New Jersey. I am the chair of the Best New Jersey and vice president of New Jersey Forest Watch. The addition of more natural gas pipelines in New Jersey conflicts with the New Jersey Global Warming Response Act, which requires an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Methane leaks from all pipelines and compressors, and methane is 86 times more powerful at capturing heat than carbon dioxide, making it one of the most damaging greenhouse gases. In the past, the DEP, the Jersey DEP, has illegally ignored this law and probably did so when it approved a permit for Nessie. So this action is counter to New Jersey strategy and New Jersey law. The pipeline also conflicts with New York's Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, which mandates a transition away from fossil fuels. There is no gas shortage. Studies have shown no urgent need for the gas, and the demand forecasts are inflated. Specifically, the New York State Public Service Commission found that under National Grid's 20-year forecast in 2025, that supply exceeds demand by approximately 195,000 decatherms per day in 25-26, growing to a peak surplus of 559,000 decatherms per day in 2029-2030, and remaining in surplus through 2050. For the next 24 years, there is no need for this. Therefore, there is no modeled shortfall that Nessie would be needed to resolve. And basically, as we all know, historical findings of need by commissions, especially FERC, are known to be false based on trumped up contracts. We've seen that time and time again with these gas pipelines. The only beneficiaries are the gas pipeline companies who make a guaranteed rate of return on their capital, whether any gas is ever pumped through the pipeline or not. The Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analyses argues that the pipeline would raise costs for ratepayers, potentially charging them over $1 billion because the cost to build the pipeline is included in their rates, whether they ever get any gas from it or not. For New Jersey residents, this project will not save them a dime in gas or electricity costs. It will only add to our health costs from air pollution and other costs associated with degradation to water quality and damage to marine life. Our tidelands are a precious resource, and nature is not making any more of them. We need to protect what we have for ourselves and our progeny. Accepting continual degradation by approving one incrementally bad project after another is the road to total destruction. Approving unneeded projects is the absolutely worst decision the TRC can make. Let me say that again. Approving unnecessary projects is the absolute worst decision the TRC can make. Please draw the line in the sand here with the unnecessary NESE pipeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anshul Gupta is back with a different network. Anshul,
Hi,
would you like to?
are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me start. Good afternoon. My name is Anshul Gupta. I'm the Policy and Research Director for New Yorkers for Clean Power, which is a statewide not-for-profit organization working on clean energy solutions. I'm also a New Jersey resident and live in Bergen County. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. First, I'd like to speak as the New York Policy and Research Director on the origins of the NESE pipeline's revival, after it had been denied multiple times over the years. During the 2024 election cycle, the oil and gas industry, including the Williams Pipeline Company, spent $450 million to impact the election results. As soon as President Trump took office, he embarked on a systematic payback plan for the industry, including successfully bullying New York's Governor Hochul into approving the NESE pipeline. Our organization is a party to the National Grid's long-term gas plan, in which the New York Public Service Commission rubber-stamped National Grid's claim that the pipeline is necessary for the reliability of New York's downstate gas system. Our organization filed a petition for rehearing on the PSC's decision, and we are deeply involved in this proceeding and sort of familiar with the details of the case. The New York Department of Environmental Conservation issued its water quality permit based on this need stated by National Grid. But in reality, there's no reliability need. Is it to be believed that New York leaves the reliability of its gas system at the mercy of election results? Of course not. The only use that National Grid has for this gas is to generate electricity for data centers and to convert Long Island propane customers who should be transitioning to heat pumps, not highly polluting and dangerous fracked gas. Now, speaking as a New Jersey resident, this project has no public necessity or public benefit or public interest for New Jersey. It isn't even in the public interest of New York, which will receive 100% of the fracked gas from this pipeline. However, New Jersey would only be taking on the environmental and economic risks from this project, including but not limited to disturbance of seabed toxins. So both as a New Jersey resident and on behalf of New Yorkers for Clean Power, I strongly urge the Tidelands Resource Council to deny a utility license for Williams Transco's NESE pipeline. With long-term wall damage to Qatar's methane gas infrastructure, US fracked gas prices are set to explode in the future as the gas industry ramps up more profitable LNG exports. So it is also in the businesses and manufacturers' interest to transition to cheaper and non-polluting sources of energy. Unlike New York's Governor Hochul, Governor Sherrill has no need to appease to Trump's demands for more toxic fossil fuel infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephen Mitchell.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Try again. You're a bit quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Um, my name is Stephen Mitchell. I reside in Somerville in Somerset County, New Jersey. It's a county that's directly affected by the proposed completion of the pipeline and the compressor station that's to be built in nearby Franklin Township. The proposed Northeast Supply Enhancement Pipeline is projected to inflict damage on Jersey's coastline by dredging up over 1 million tons of toxic, heavy metal-laden sediment, including arsenic and lead from the Raritan Bay. The project, often referred to as the Zombie Pipeline, threatens to disrupt roughly 94,000 square feet of New Jersey tidelands and harms over 14,000 acres of seabed. Toxic sediment resuspension. The construction will resuspend toxic sediments of PCBs, dioxin, arsenic, lead into the water, which can harm the bayshore communities. Additionally, the 23-mile pipeline route through Raritan Bay is expected to destroy crucial clam beds, oyster reefs, and fish habitats. High levels of noise and vibration from construction will harm marine life, including the endangered Atlantic right whale and Atlantic sturgeon. The release of over 690,000 gallons of drilling fluids containing biocide chemicals is to be expected from this disruption of the seabed. The project will affect several New Jersey communities along the coast, with residents and activists citing risks to recreational activities, commercial fishing, and public health. The project faced previous defeats in 2019 and 2020, and yet continues to face opposition because of the toxic water and dirty air. The most egregious part of the Williams-Transco-Nessie pipeline application is that Williams never bothered to fix their original project proposal that was found by the DPA previously to exceed environmental thresholds for protection of the wetlands, air pollution, and the marine mammals that will be threatened by the dredging of the New Jersey shoreline to complete the pipeline. Did Transco deliberately target Franklin Township because it's an environmentally justice community? Is New Jersey doing New York a favor, since New Jersey residents get no benefit whatsoever from the pipeline? What New Jersey does get is the pollution that will be generated by the Transco's Nessie Compressor Station 206 without any benefit whatsoever, with the destruction of the 23-mile portion of New Jersey coastline. I ask that the Tidelands Resource Council and Governor Sherrill take that into consideration. And I really think that Governor Sherrill will lose more support with Nessie approval than she will gain for allowing the Williams Company to export their fracked natural gas to New York. Additionally, how much of Nessie's natural gas will actually be exported to other nations? There's been no disclosure on that whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pablo Salazar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Pablo Salazar. I'm a resident of Mercer County and a student researcher at the College of New Jersey. Days ago, during Earth Week, DEP Commissioner Ed Potosnak spoke at TCNJ, and during the Q&A portion of this presentation, a professor of sociology at the College of New Jersey who studies recreancy, that is, people's trust in institutions, asked the commissioner, how can political and economic actors expand public trust in them? And Commissioner Potosnak's one word was transparency. We have listened to many people speak this morning, including one person who spoke on behalf of hundreds of citizens and 2 New Jersey mayors, all but 2 have said the same thing. The people of New Jersey do not want and do not benefit from the Nessie pipeline. Transparency is not the primary reason people don't trust institutions. Our economic and political institutions plan out ecologically disastrous projects, regardless of how transparent they are when doing so. That is the reason people don't trust institutions, including the Williams companies, the NJDEP, and every other firm involved in the previous developments of this ridiculous proposal. There is no energy shortage. There is only fossil fuel hegemony and social inequality. We are asking the council to expand our trust in them today by voting no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John. No last name was given.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hear me? Hi, my name is John Conklin. I'm the borough president and an elected official of in Rumson, which is Rumson's located on the it's a peninsula between the Shrewsbury and Navesink River, just south of the Sandy Hook Bay. And I speak as there's been a lot of talk, and I'm old enough to remember the back eons ago when the General Electric, when the PCBs and that issue where contaminants were found 120 miles south of where they were dispersed into the Hudson River. So with that thought process, and also knowing that there were up to 18 Superfund sites in the Raritan Bay watershed, along with, by most estimates, 100 years of dumping there, that I think it's really, it's a concern for me and the residents of this town of what's going to happen once this pipeline is built, and those contaminants, which is a potential toxic cocktail for our rivers. And it's something that I really feel very strongly about, and feel the need this should be considered. Putting on my personal, just being as a resident and a longtime resident of the Monmouth County area, I find it really, really appalling that the aspects of this pipeline is that New York gets all the benefits of the pipeline, while the residents of New Jersey are sitting back and taking all the economic, environmental, and ecological risks. I just find that this is potentially a backdoor for New York State, which has said there's no fracking and no pipelines, to circumvent that. If it's really in the best interest of New York State, then why don't they just go through Pennsylvania and go to New York State? And as a resident, one of of just this great state, one of the things it talks about is your responsibility is public necessity. What is the public necessity within that framework, in which the basic core responsibility is what is the benefit cost analysis? And for New Jersey residents, the return is zero. The cost could be staggering. And my final thought is, and I volunteered, I've been on the council for close to 10 years. I volunteered prior to that for 20 years. And if I were sitting in your seat, the question I would want to ask is, would I want to live within miles of that compression station? Would I want, if I own property in the Sandy Hook Bayshore area, want to take the risk of what would happen with the release of these potential toxins? That's a question that I would be asking if I were sitting in your shoes. Thank you for hearing my thoughts. Have a good day.
Can I just get your name? Your name, sir, is Conklin, you said? Conklin?
Yes, sir. And I live in Rumson, New Jersey, and I'm the council president on the borough council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Donna Lisi.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Donna Lisi. I'm a clinical pharmacist, a resident of Franklin Township in Somerset County, and chair of the Franklin Township Board of Health Advisory Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed NESE pipeline project and the responsibilities of the Tidelands Resource Council. I would like to focus my comments on the connection between tidal resource protection and public health. The tidal waterways and coastal ecosystem under the jurisdiction of this council are not just environmental assets. They are part of the foundation of community health in New Jersey. One major concern is the disturbance of contaminated sediments in and around the Raritan Bay ecosystem. The Raritan watershed and adjoining harbor estuary have a long industrial history and contain legacy pollutants, including PCBs, mercury dioxide, and toxic heavy metals. Of particular concerns are PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, which are persistent toxic chemicals linked to cancer, developmental effects, neuroendocrine disorders, and neurological harm. PCBs bioaccumulate in fish and aquatic organisms, and one reason New Jersey has had to issue fish consumption advisories in these waters in the past. Dredging and sediment disturbances raise concerns about resuspending contaminants that have accumulated over decades in tidal sediments. These are not theoretical concerns. The broader New York, New Jersey harbor estuary has been long recognized as one of the nation's most contaminated urban estuaries with documented PCB and mercury contamination in sediments, and we have been recovering from these harms ever since. These contaminants do simply disappear once buried in sediment. Persistent pollutants like PCBs can remain in aquatic environments for decades and move through the food chain, affecting fish, wildlife, and potentially human health through environmental exposure pathways. This is particularly concerning in densely populated regions where communities rely on these waterways for recreation, fishing, and overall quality of life. As a healthcare professional, I'm especially concerned with vulnerable populations like children, older adults, pregnant women, individuals with chronic respiratory disease, cancer, and cardiovascular disease, and communities already disproportionately burdened by environmental exposures. Public health and environmental protection are deeply interconnected. Decisions involving tidelands are also decisions about long-term community health, environmental justice, and climate resilience. The role of the Tidelands Resource Council is critically important because these waterways and submerged lands are public trust resources belonging to the people of New Jersey. That responsibility requires careful consideration not only of engineering feasibility, but also cumulative environmental and public health impacts. New Jersey residents are increasingly concerned not only about immediate environmental impact, but also about cumulative long-term health risks associated with industrial activity, fossil fuel infrastructure, and climate-related environmental stressors. Public trust resources should be managed with a prevention-oriented public health approach that prioritizes long-term community well-being and environmental resilience. I respectfully urge the Council to apply the highest level of scrutiny to this project and to fully uphold its responsibility as stewards of New Jersey's tidal resources and public health, and to deny this license. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. It is 1:06. We will take a 5-minute short break and return at 1:11. It is 1:11. Are
Hey.
all members back?
Can anybody help me get my name on the list to talk? I can't figure it out.
Who is speaking?
Eileen Balaban Eisenberg.
Eileen Eisenberg?
Yes.
Can you spell your last name?
Eisenberg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson Robbie, are you ready?
I am ready. Please move forward.
Okay. The next speaker is Elizabeth Rodell.
Yes, I'm Elizabeth Rodell, and I live in South Brunswick Township, about 1 mile from the proposed compressor station 206. I appreciate the work that the council does as volunteers, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. As previously stated, part of the proposed NESI projects includes laying a pipeline 23.4 miles offshore, entering the Raritan Bay and Cheesequake Creek tributary through New Jersey Tidelands. Before that, though, the frack gas pipeline would cross Pennsylvania. A massive new compressor station is proposed for Franklin Township, New Jersey. And next, 3.5 new miles of connecting methane gas pipeline would travel through Old Bridge, polluting New Jersey's air before entering the Raritan Bay. If dredging the Raritan Bay will stir up buried industrial toxic sediment to contaminate marine life and impact New Jersey's economy, how does that benefit the citizens of New Jersey? TRC is entrusted to protect our resources and quality in the Tidelands in the interest of all people of New Jersey. Nothing has changed from the original NESI application, where New Jersey DEP denied the water quality permit. Williams Transco failed to demonstrate in their second application that the Tidelands would not be harmed. I urge the TRC to deny this license, following the rules governing riparian areas. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jane Califf.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the secretary of 350 NJ Rockland. Rockland is located in southern New York, and we have opposed the NESI project from its beginning. We are an organization, a local organization tied in with international 350.org, which has been educating the public on the dangers of fossil fuels and the need for a clean energy future. And so I want to say that yesterday I was in Franklin Township and someone's backyard, because nearby the compressor station is going to be built at 206. And we are very aware that compressor stations are built to push more gas, more fossil fuel gas, which is not natural gas is not natural, as many people have said so far. And they leak, then they explode, they have fires, there's been deaths and injuries. And this compressor station is many people in this backyard. It was a backyard meeting about people in the area who are very worried about this compressor station, because there are hundreds and hundreds of homes in the area, and that are in danger. They live within a mile, and that's what could happen. It could explode and ruin these homes and kill people and injure people. But also, unbelievably, there's a quarry, as somebody mentioned earlier, nearby that blasts stones with stones from the ground, and because it's a quarry, and the houses shake. And so I'm thinking, the houses shake, and the pipeline is nearby going to this compressor station. I mean, that's ridiculous. So on many levels, this is a terrible idea. And my organization feels that the Tidelands Resource Council should not contribute to more fossil fuel pollution. What we need is renewable clean energy like solar and wind, which is now the fastest growing source of energy and cheapest. That's what we need, not cruel wars for fossil fuel, such as the war of choice in Venezuela and Iran, which is horrible for us and for all those people that our bombs have dropped on and killed. So please don't make decision today. Please listen carefully to our comments, or just, if you're taking notes, check them, and then wait until the court cases are decided, and then I'm sure you will see that this is a terrible idea. So please do not approve the license or the permits. That's my speech.
Thank you. The next speaker is Virginia Wardell.
Hello, I'm Virginia. I'm the Policy Director of Climate Revolution Action Network. Thank you for everyone who's speaking today. I've met so many people in my work on this project who've been fighting this for around 10 years. I represent Climate Revolution Action Network, which is a group of over 13,000 Gen Z members in New Jersey who I represent in this comment. If I'm looking away from my computer, it's because I'm looking at my notes. But we have been born into this world of serious climate damage that will affect us for the rest of our lives. I also wanted to echo another statement that there is no energy crisis, only resistance to the transition to clean energy solutions that are cheaper, safer, and more abundant. Thank you to the Tidelands Committee for taking the time to listen to all the comments today. I grew up near Sandy Hook. My family has been New Jersey residents for generations. We're proud business owners and environmentalists, and environmental standards inherently support our economy. The NESI project reports that there would be irreversible damage to areas of the Tidelands. The Tidelands are very important structures that minimize flooding, which is worth millions of dollars of infrastructure. Beyond the cost of immediate flood mitigation, there is cost to exposure and health risk associated with the dredging of dangerous metals, including lead, arsenic, and PCBs. The downstream effects of this project are poisoning future generations, which the cost is insurmountable. As previously mentioned, the clamming industries would also be seriously damaged after we spent so much time rebuilding this economy. It will disturb the Superfund site, where environmental damage has already proven of great economic burden to New Jersey. Multiple independent studies find that there is no need for additional energy in the areas where NESI would serve, which is not even in New Jersey. The corporations who may benefit from the pipeline have ample means to respond to their independent need for energy in other ways. There have been money and technology they have the money and technology to leave our Tidelands alone in New Jersey. I urge you to consider the future generations who, if this project is granted, will carry this burden for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donald Wolf.
Hello, my name is Donald Wolf, and I'm from Monroe Township, New Jersey. I've actually fished along the Raritan Bay, up the Shrewsbury River, and other parts of the state. I'd like to thank the TRC, the council, for letting me speak. I've already spoken about no air permits and voted against any water pits. This does not benefit New Jersey, I see, in any sense. This is not like the Gateway Tunnel, which helps commuters. This does not help the commercial fishing industry. This does not help New York or New Jersey, except supply fuel and make other people rich. Have you done any impact studies on what this will possibly do to the marine industry, including clammers, recreational boats, and commercial boating? And that's pretty much what I have to say. But I'm just, once again, just asking you to vote no. Everybody else has pretty much covered what I wanted to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eileen Eisenberg.
Hi, I'm here, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm basically speaking from the heart. I am a born and raised New Jersey woman. I'm 71 years old. I remember as a child going over the Raritan River in a car, and my dad saying, "Roll up your windows. It's polluted. It stinks. It's disgusting." Today, unfortunately, I live less than a mile from compressor station 206, so proposed compressor station 206. And yes, it is on an active blasting quarry along with next to a Superfund site. And my real question is, I understand that Murphy, for whatever reason, be it pressure from New York, be it pressure from the Trump administration, he is on his way out and he approved all the permits except for this permit. The amount of responsibility that your committee, and I thank you for your service, along with Governor Sherrill, to protect the people of New Jersey is immense. It's unconscionable that Williams Transco came back with the same applications that they have applied with twice before and been denied. And they are now getting what they want when in fact the Neshannock station, which is a compressor station a little west of us, they are just applying about 6 or 7 months ago to have all of their numbers doubled in terms of noxious gases and things like that. So Transco is known to lie about the information that they're given. So if they're now building compressor station 206, 1 mile from my home, and thousands of people that live around it, with the old numbers, and that was already approved, why can we believe the information that these gentlemen gave you at the beginning of this meeting, that the toxins and the disruption to the bay and to the tidelands will be correct? It's not correct. They are self-monitoring and they're also self-serving. And it's just so upsetting as a Jerseyite that we will not get any benefits. I know everybody who spoke before me, and yay, bravo to all of you, have given you all the information in terms of toxins and all the other stuff. I'm really trying to tell you, these guys lie. They do not tell you the truth. And if you buy the truth, you're really letting down so many New Jersey people who believe in your ability to save us, in Governor Sherrill, who's an amazing woman, who had no ability to stop this in any way, shape, or form, to be able to stand up for our rights. This is wrong. It's wrong for us. It's wrong for New York. It's a money grab, and Transco does not tell the truth. Please do not vote yes today. Look at what's going on with in the Neshannock station. The Neshannock station, which is the same as 206, will absolutely need a lot more safety measures and things like that. I know this is not your Tidelands situation, but the whole project, question yourselves and your moral compass as to what the information that you've been getting from Transco, how right is it? It's never right. They always revise their numbers, and they too will revise the toxins that they will be stirring up in the Raritan Bay and the damage that they're going to be doing along the New Jersey and the New York shorelines. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it. And please do the right thing, please.
Ms. Chairperson? You have your mic on. You have your mic muted.
Yes, Tom.
Tom Voltaggio. There's been lots of people. Looks like we may be coming to the last one. Is there any sense you or Randy would like to discuss about, can we at this point put in, find an end with 1 or 2 more people? Or do you need to stay here until 6 o'clock in the evening?
Well, it looks like we have one more person who has signed up, and we did say, because people were having difficulty getting in through the chat, that we would recognize a show of hands. And I would expect that given the number of people that have spoken, we won't see a lot more people that raise their hand after we finish with the last speaker. So we're not going to stay here till 6 o'clock.
Well, my question really becomes, when do we know? Is there some possibility we could define what a last speaker, how many more people would be able to be spoken for, so that we set up a last speaker? It's 3.5 hours.
Why don't we do this now? If there is anyone present at this meeting that who has not spoken and would like to speak, please raise their hand. Okay, I am seeing no hands, so I am going to say that Scarlet Knight will be our final speaker.
Fine, great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, by the way.
Okay, Scarlet Knight, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Marilla. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Oh goodness, I have the pressure of the last speaker. Let's see how I do. Hello, Council. My name is Scarlet Knight. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am a New Jersey resident, a high school senior, and a Gloucester County resident. Now, I am clearly not one of the residents who will be directly affected by this pipeline. However, as climate change has shown us repeatedly across our planet, a negative environmental decision anywhere affects people everywhere. I stand today with my fellow New Jersey residents and constituents up north, and I urge you to take into consideration with great care what they have said today. The experts who have spoken, the attorneys, the residents, they all have clearly articulated how harmful this pipeline will be to our state. The only new perspective I can add today is that of a young New Jersey resident. Last month, I turned 17 years old. And as I look to the future, I can't help but fear environmental destruction, to be frank. It is my responsibility to stand up for all other young people of our state and to advocate for their health, safety, and economic prosperity. Your decision not only affects the residents of Monmouth County and all others who would reside near the pipeline, but also sets a precedent for all future environmental decisions in our state. I urge you to vote no today, or to at least delay your decision. Thank you so much for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank everyone who has spoken. I really don't want to delay this proceeding any longer, but I am going to make a motion that we move into executive session right now. There's been some comments regarding our authority to act in pending litigation that I would like to get more information about. How are we going to do that?
We would need a
Yes,
motion and a second to do that.
Okay, so can I
I
make
can
the
make that
motion?
motion, or I can
Okay.
second, whichever.
Okay.
Before we go, I just want
Excuse
to
me?
make sure.
What was
Before
that,
we go-
Joe?
Yeah, before we go, I just want to make sure, when we come back, are the people from Transco still on the line, and will be able to speak to them afterwards?
Yes, we'll be here.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
see them.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of moving into executive session?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions or recusals? We'll go into executive
I have to read a
session.
statement into the record.
Okay, thanks.
The council has voted to go into executive session so that I, Nicholas Semenoff, the Deputy Attorney General advising the council, can provide legal advice to them. The Open Public Meetings Act provides that a public body such as the Tidelands Resource Council may meet in closed executive session to discuss any pending or anticipated litigation in which the public body is or may become a party. Whereas the Tidelands Resource Council desires to retire to closed session to discuss attorney-client privilege issues related to anticipated litigation related to the Transco gas pipeline application. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tidelands Resource Council shall at this time meet in closed session to discuss the above mentioned matter. The substance of the closed session will be disclosed publicly only when the threat of litigation is passed or when such release would not breach an attorney-client privilege.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. Will you come back publicly for the vote to return to the meeting?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Great. And what is the quorum of and what is the vote for a passage? It's 12
So-
members, right? So it'd be 7.
So we have 7
There's-
members present. It's the majority of the members present. We have 7 members present, so we would need 6.
Yes,
votes.
it's a majority of the active members serving on the council, not present in any one given meeting. There's currently 11 active members serving on the council. So a quorum for approval is 6. There are currently 7 members present at this meeting.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so
My question is, do we
excuse
just
me,
stay on this line? Do we
Yes,
stay
you
on
can
the
all
line?
hold on to this meeting. For the council members, we weren't able to create a separate breakout room like we normally would do. So there was a separate meeting scheduled. You should have that you can join that meeting. You should automatically go on hold and be able to join that meeting. If you have any problems going back to the original meeting, you should just be able to log back in the way you entered the meeting.
All right.
Thank you. See
Thank you.
everyone soon.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? So it's gonna hang up on
Tom,
this one?
yes, you should have an email.
I do have the
for
other email, yes.
So you should be able to join that for the executive session. You should exit this meeting or be put on hold. And then when we're ready to go back, you should be able to go back into this meeting. If you have problems getting back in, go back in through the link you accessed it from or from the website.
Well, I don't see hold here.
Yeah, how
Where is hold?
It should, if you go out now, Tom, go out now, join the other meeting and I'll see what happens with you.
Go
I'm
out,
saying
meaning just leave it?
Yeah, you might hang up from this meeting. You might have to rejoin the meeting.
Yeah,
Just
that's what I'm
leave the
thinking.
meeting?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All
All
right.
right.
okay.
Okay, so Tom left this meeting.
somebody else that might be better suited for the answer.
So are you going to answer my questions, Mr. Scott?
That's the plan, yes, to the
Okay.
best that I
All
can. If
right,
I
great.
can't,
I just want to make
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
get you. I got it.
So first question is, has Transco ever before done a project like this where there's horizontal underground directional drilling underneath the water? Okay. Have you ever done that before?
Will defer that to Stephen Kellogg. I know we've done HDD before. I myself have been involved in those projects, mostly on the onshore context.
Right.
So, I know we did, Transco did one in, the Princeton Ridge area for its Leidy Southeast project. I think they had multiple HDDs in certain areas there on that project. But to answer your specific question about in-water HDDs, Stephen Kellogg, I'll throw that to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. And I'm not sure I can cite specific projects, but throughout the history of Transco, we've done both water-to-water drills and shore approach drills. Have completed those successfully.
Okay. And have any of them resulted in an environmental disaster?
Not to my knowledge, and I probably would maybe ask you to define environmental disaster. But yeah, nothing that comes to mind for me.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about core treat? How is that going to be utilized? What's going to be done with the discharge? What's its purpose? And how it's going to affect the environment, if anything?
Rich, I don't know.
Once again, one second, Chairman, I would ask you to direct the folks who are on the call that they don't get to question me or the applicant about things, okay? That's not how this process works. We're not going to be doing, cross-examination here. I'm talking to the applicant right now. They need to stay off the chat. That's not how this works.
Please do stay off the chat.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I know that the core treat issue has been raised before FERC as well as the NJDEP, and they both responded to it. But I think generally speaking, and again, Steve McLeod, if you want to jump in or kick me under the table, but I'll take a first crack at it. But my understanding is that core treat is used to control internal corrosion of the pipeline. And it was analyzed for this project by FERC and NJDEP, and specifically it was concluded that the use of core treat, it's biodegradable, and it would not have any adverse impacts on water quality, if it's used.
Okay, but it is going to be pushed through the pipeline and it is going to be released into the water. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that is correct, Mr. Gravis.
Okay. My other question is, there was a question about this running through this Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site. Can you tell me about that?
Sure. So the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site, that is essentially being crossed via the HDD. So that's near the Morgan shore to water HDD. The disturbance of we're not disturbing any area within the area of that Superfund site that is subject to remediation. I think some of the temporary workspace is near what's referred to as the study area. There's some study areas related to the Superfund site, but we're not disturbing any areas that are being subject to like the I believe it's lead remediation. Stephen McLeod, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that.
Sure, Rich. This is Steve McLeod. I'm with WSP. I'm a environmental consultant for Transco on this project, helping with the regulatory aspects. That's exactly right. The slag site, the Raritan Bay slag site, would, for the most part, be crossed by HDD. So the pipe would be up to 90 feet below the surface in that location. We do come out at the currently planned HDD exit point in the water, again, as Rich said, in a study area where they were assessing the amount of contaminants. And when we did our site-specific sediment chemistry analysis, we found there were elevated levels of contaminants, but not at the extreme levels that were identified as part of the main Superfund site. Particularly lead was elevated, but not at the levels that of the areas that were subject to more recent remediation.
And again, what was the depth of disturbance that you said underneath that site? How far down?
The horizontal directional drill pipe, it would be installed below the surface, and that
Right, how far below?
Yeah, it goes to, I believe, let me see, something like 90 feet, and Steve
90
Kellogg
feet.
may be able to confirm that.
So it's not like 2 or 3 feet below the surface, it's 90 feet.
Right.
Okay. And
up to
finally,
90 feet.
Okay, my last question is, there's obviously was some questions about disturbance of the seabed and resuspension of pathogens and things of that nature. Once again, what is the level of disturbance that's going to occur, and what is the degree of pathogens that you have calculated will be potentially released?
Rich, would you like me to continue on that point?
Sure, that would be great, Steve.
Yeah, so based on the sediment chemistry analysis that we did, there were areas in New Jersey waters, particularly near that Morgan Shore HD crossing, where there were contaminants that were based on screening levels exceeded certain toxicity criteria, but not at levels that you might see in other areas of the Port of New York, New Jersey, or other ports that have higher elevations, higher levels of elevated contaminants. What we found is that for those areas with the elevated contaminants, Transco committed to doing clamshell dredging with an environmental bucket. This is at per direction from the agencies. And this is essentially the same kind of method that is used to remediate contaminated sites, such as work in the Hudson River. So this would be dredged and then backfilled with clean sand, so that ultimately the sense is that what covers the pipe is non-contaminated material.
Okay. All right, those are my questions.
Do other council members have any more questions of the applicant?
I will just stay on with Transco for a moment. Is there any portion of your work that you require a temporary license to perform the work? And if so, did you apply for it? That's my question. And I guess I can as much request that Randy, maybe you're the better person to answer that, is that is what's in front of us, as I understand it, is a license for the permanent structure. And is there any necessity to secure a temporary license for the other work?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Council members? But I think we've come to the point where we can take action. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
So I would move the staff's recommendation with the proviso that the license would be limited to 7 years for review after that time, and also that we include some of the checks and balances that one of our council members, I believe it was Andy, had talked about earlier.
Okay.
And I can recite those if it's necessary. I'll just read them off again. One is for the applicant to provide as-built drawings of the structure once it's in place or the improvement. The second being that the licensee provide the council with copies of any regulatory inspections that are related to the integrity of the pipe. And then the third one is just recognition of the provisions that if the improvement was not made in a timely manner, that the you know what, I'll strike the third one. I'll strike the third one. Thank you.
Councilman Yang, do you have a comment?
I think also included in those provisions is the abandonment, returning to previous condition and maintaining permanent conditions throughout.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Okay. All right, we've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Voltaggio.
Before we go forward with the vote, I do want to say this. What's before the council is an application for a license. The permits have already been issued. We are relying upon the work of the DEP and FERC and the other individuals. We are not the experts in that area. We deal with land transactions. That's our job. So based upon that, we are now going to take a vote based upon what's been presented to us in the application, the information that we've heard, and based upon our policies and that have been established over the years.
And I'll second that too.
Yes, council has been provided with a wealth of information on this project. All the DEP permits, the response to comment documents, the FERC approvals. So we've had a chance to study this project. Mr. Scott, do you want to say something before we move on?
I just had a question about, I don't think we have an issue with the conditions that were expressed. The only one that I have pause on is the 7-year extent of the license, given that I know typically we would do the council would issue a 24-year license, and it is a license. I think legally it's revocable. So I just wasn't sure what the added benefit, if there really is one, to the 7 years. I just didn't, this project is a long-term, obviously we have an existing pipeline in the bay. It's been there since 67. 68, I think, is when they installed it. They got the license in 67. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that I didn't really see the, I'm not sure I understand that the point of the 7 years. I understand, like, the providing the reports and ensuring that, we're, in compliance with certain requirements. So that was all.
Well, I think that the 7 years was an opportunity to give us opportunity to have council review the project and the license fee within 7 years. In the event that there are changes to our utility policy.
Okay, I understand. I think because our agreement with National Grid is for 20 years. So, we have certain obligations to maintain that, that service.
All right, are we ready for a vote? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions or recusals? Staff recommendation and license is approved. Thank you all for being with us today. It's been a long meeting. So thanks for your perseverance. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone, again. We'll see you in June.
Next month.
Shame on you guys. Shame on
Bye.
you.
Bye now.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. There are still current lawsuits going on, are there not? Yeah, okay. Anyway, have a good day.
Keep the fight. Keep it up. So long.